Hello, dear ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 10th round of FIDE Candidates 2022, and I'm delighted to reunite with Elisabeth Paehtz. I think, we were a bit missing you these days for
I
a
hope
while.
so.
Yeah, for sure. I promise you. And Elizabeth, I'm sure you've been still following the tournament quite closely.
Yes,
And
I have been following the games, not of course in such a way as if I was commentating them, but I'm aware that Nepomniachtchi increased his lead and that now only objectively Caruana likely has a chance to keep up with him. The others are a little bit further away, so I don't think there is, practically speaking, a chance to overtake him. And yes, I even thought like that if Nepomniachtchi just draws the remaining games, likely it's enough to just be first.
yeah, most likely. And just to mention, Caruana spoiled a great chance, at least from the practical point of view, in his direct encounter against Nepomniachtchi, not playing bishop f1. I've been discussing that particular move with my chess mates, and uh, we didn't came up to the certain conclusion because I was insisting that bishop f1 is that sort of move that can be easily out of your vision. um, some of my friends were arguing with me, but still Caruana didn't play bishop f1, and it obviously means that it wasn't an easy move to make.
Yes, to be honest, like I haven't seen it so closely. I just clicked quite quickly through the game, so
Yeah, all right. I think it's a good time to remind what we have on the agenda. We have four games as usual, and Nepomniachtchi facing Teimour Radjabov today. Yes, just please take a look at the current standings. Nepomniachtchi leading solely with having +4, and Caruana is still chasing him, being 1 point down. Yeah, let's briefly discuss the practical chances for the group of people who has a 50% score, like Ding Liren finally scoring his first victory in his encounter against Jan-Krzystof Duda. And we've got Nakamura, who lost his game to Radjabov. Just to mention, Radjabov finally fought the drought of 38 games without victories, winning his game against Hikaru, and Rapport losing his game against Alireza Firouzja. So the youngster scored his first victory, and Duda is the still the only player who didn't manage to win yet. But we've got 5 more rounds to go, and obviously I think it would be great for all of us, for chess fans, to see how Duda overcomes some of his opponents.
well, I think it must be quite tough if you don't win a game. And the biggest problem about like not winning any game is that you lose a little bit like your trust and your self confidence. And this sometimes is very well critical in moments when you have to take a risky decision during the game. And when you lack this confidence and you have this kind of spirit of not winning any game, then you may be influenced by these emotions at this time. I mean, I know what I'm talking about because, like, when I'm playing badly for a period, then for me it's very hard to get back my confidence immediately.
I've got like such a controversial question in terms of psychology because we've been discussing some psychological aspects of chess, and uh, mm, what, mm, what is your opinion about um, like which way to, yeah, let's see, a player does a pair of draws and a player wins one game and loses one game, like which um, like what exact result would give him more confidence than other? Is it
It
better to make a couple of draws than to win and lose one?
Well, it depends if you lose only one game, it really depends how you lost it. If you lost it like because your opponent outplayed you, or if you lost it in a totally winning position and you just met one plunder. And second of all, I think if you just lose one game, everything is still fine psychologically. If you lose two games in a row, then I believe the Russian method of making a draw, then at least this is Russian chess school, how I learned it when I was young, that after two losses, it's good to make a draw. I agree with that. And well, but there are players that don't care. I mean, the best example I can once again name is Valentina Gunina. She played one super final tournament, starting with 0 out of 2 and finishing with 7 out of 7 and winning the tournament. When I've seen that, then maybe like I will not speak about any kind of strategy because probably it's individually quite different.
Yeah, I agree with you. I tend to agree with you. And it seemed that the games just started, so it means it's 3 p.m. and uh, it's a good time to introduce our very special guest. Um, Probably you might guess whom we have in the studio: eight-time Russian champion, Olymp Olympiad gold medalist, avid snooker and cricket player and fan, Peter Svidler.
Followed by a loss, or a loss followed by a win. Those are two very different things. And I think a loss followed by a win maybe is slightly better than two draws, but a win followed by a loss I do not like at all. So that would be my preference.
So just to sum up, it depends on the tendency. So if
Yeah,
you
you want to feel that things are improving, that things are going in the right direction, and in that fashion, like you start poorly and then you recover and you feel like you've done something right, and the tournament is no longer going so horribly. And also, I think in particular in very strong tournaments, just the feeling of winning one game somewhere is, I think, very, very important, because in a field like the one we're watching right now, the edges are so small that just getting a win under your belt and sort of reminding yourself that yes, it is possible to win games against this field is actually extremely useful.
So you think like that for Duda, the chances now to even score a point, how would you evaluate that? Because he hadn't been winning any games so far in the tournament.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult, right? Because he's very young. He is very strong. Obviously, everybody in this tournament is extremely strong, of course. But I don't think he would have very many experiences like this in his budding chess career. I think in particular for a player of his style, to have a tournament with no victories after 9 rounds. I did not do any digging for statistics on this, but I would be willing to bet that it is very likely the first time this has happened to him, maybe ever. In a long while, certainly. And as someone who has been in that spot over the course of my career, it's incredibly difficult to shake it off. It's incredibly difficult to motivate yourself to show up and fight in the following games. Not impossible, but it is with every single game that continues harder. So yeah, I don't know how well he will manage, but I'm a big fan of his. I think he is a very, very exciting player, not just a very strong player, but also a very exciting player. And I think we will see a lot more of him. And it would be good if this tournament wasn't a total write-off, but so far, clearly, it's not going well.
Yeah, for instance, he has his game against Caruana today, and I'm curious to see whether he'll be Robin Hooding today.
Yeah, it's sort of, yeah. I mean, nobody is going to be, going out of their way to actually kind of, influence the seemingly the two-horse race we have at the top. But what does happen, at least to me, and once again, I don't know how well this translates to other people, but I do know that when I had tournaments like this, where like draws, and maybe even an occasional loss somewhere, I tended to at some point go slightly crazy and start playing, incorrect openings, like lines that I knew were kind of losing, just to make something happen. Because the feeling of nothing happening is maybe even more annoying than the feeling that the tournament is not going well. Like I remember I had a tournament in Vaikanzea, which ended up with me like winning one game, drawing one game, and winning one, losing one, and drawing 11. And somewhere around around 9, I legitimately started playing lines of the Grunfeld, which I knew were completely busted, just because I couldn't stand it anymore. It's just impossible to tolerate. I don't know if that applies to other people, but someone like Jan-Krzystof could very well start taking significantly more risks, I think.
So
Well,
before,
no, go ahead, of course.
yeah, so I was just wondering, like before the tournament, like who were your favorites and how you would evaluate the situation now? Are you surprised about this current standings?
Well, I I gave some answers to that question in interviews and also when I was doing the coverage for the GCT. I always named Fabio as one of the people who will do well, but I thought Alireza will be very much a contender, and I gave Ding a higher chance than we are currently seeing. And to my, I mean, as a pundit, not naming Jan in the top three is clearly a blunder. But I did think he had a very decent chance, and this is another topic on which I have a sort of a well-established opinion. With tournaments like this one, it's incredibly important to have done well in it previously. It actually gives you a huge boost if you know that you're capable of doing well in it. And I think right now, watching the two people who have won the candidates tournament previously do extremely well, and nobody else really doing much of anything at all, is not unusual. I think it's actually quite understandable because it gives you a bit of an edge over the field. This is such a special setting. These not just the eight people double round robin in general, but also the candidates in particular. This very strange, high pressure environment where you're supposed to only play for one place, like nothing else really matters. You can argue that with the current situation in the chess world, you're playing maybe for two places, but in general, you're only playing for first place. And the two people who have won it before are doing much better than the rest of the field, and it's not really a surprise. I think it's something that actually does help quite a bit.
So I believe many people predicted Caruana to be the favorite of the tournament. I mean, obviously in long run, when you are such an experienced player, already won once a candidates tournament, as you mentioned before, it gives you a huge boost. But yeah, I tend to agree with you. I'm being a bit surprised with Alireza performance so far. Yeah, but somehow I feel he will kind of level the score, like put himself in the 50% score. Like not
Yeah,
especially after, not particularly after today's game against Nakamura because he has blacks and Nakamura like is a very very solid player nowadays. But I believe he will steal a point in some of the games further.
yeah. Imagining him actually finishing in the minus in this tournament is kind of jarring, considering how stellar of a year he had the last year. But I mean, the idea that, I mean, it seems to have been working for him previously. It's not the first time apparently that he's been doing this, but the idea of sort of disappearing for like half a year and then playing basically one warm up, if you can call Bucharest a warm up. It was an extremely strong tournament, of course. Normally tournaments like that can't really be called warm ups, but considering how important the candidates is, maybe it was. It's a very kind of a dramatic way of preparing for an important tournament, but he's done that before, and it worked for him. So it's hard to criticize. He knows best what works for him and what doesn't. But if we consider Bucharest as a kind of a indication which form he was in, it wasn't very promising, and it sort of continues here. You can still see that he is a very, very good player, and he has a tremendous amount of spirit. Like, even when right now he probably you have to at this point admit to yourself that you're not fighting for first, and this tournament is all about fighting for first and qualifying for the match. But he still is pushing it absolutely to the limit. That game he played against Teimour, I think, was a very nice indication of what he thinks about how to play chess.
Mm-hmm.
Tournament is going horribly. There's really not very much at stake anymore, and the position is not better and also not very exciting. And he continues playing until there's a way to continue playing. And in the end, like when he took a threefold, the choice was to take a threefold or resign. So he took a threefold. But he clearly, is an extremely combative player, extremely exciting fighting player, and we will be watching him for years and years to come. But yeah, as his first experience in the candidates, this is not stellar. What can we say?
Well, for you as a regular, yeah, I've been just curious. I've been interested if there is a special sort of feeling after winning one particular game in the FIDE candidates, like whether it differs from a victory in just a normal super tournament.
I mean, I played 3 in a row between 2013 and 2016, and the one I remember sort of very, very distinctly is really the only one, the one I won against Magnus in 2013. But it was a very dramatic game. But I was still, I continue maintaining that I was a kind of a bystander. Despite the fact that I was playing in the game, it was still, the situation was, it wasn't about me, and Magnus will have different thoughts on this game than I do. But yeah, I mean, the importance of a win in a tournament like this is bigger than in a normal super tournament. But still, I wouldn't say that it makes a lifelong impact on you, apart from some of the games which are like so. The situation in that last round in London was so spectacular and so unusual that this obviously is a memory that will stick with me. But in general, you're very happy when you win a game in the candidates, but I don't think your life changes.
Well, we would be happy to discover the same sort of feeling at least once.
So I have like one more question, which probably like everybody has. Do you think like if Nepo or Caruana win the tournament, that Carlsen's actually playing the match?
I don't really know. It's obviously it's a topic that needs to be discussed, but I don't know how what my opinion is worth on this. I don't have any particular inside information, and what I can go off for is like I've seen a list. I can't remember exactly where. I mean, it was probably on Twitter, but I can't remember exactly where on Twitter. Somebody quoted a list according to Gusti. And it's still obviously like what you would want is a list according to Magnus, but
Yes.
we're not getting that right now. We're getting well, I mean, he's staying silent. I think him staying silent right now is the right call. He said enough to to give us this situation, but to try to influence it midway through the tournament would be quite bad, I think. But
What was it?
Gusti is Team Magnus, and Gusti
Yes.
definitely knows more than, let's say, I do, by a couple of orders of magnitude. And his opinion is the answer is no. I think in as much as you can take a clear answer from what he said, if I understood him correctly, the answer is pretty much just no, not even maybe, just no.
Well, I think like the best chance is like for Magnus to play the match, or if Firouzja would have won the candidates, likely that.
Yeah, and then maybe Hikaru number 2, right?
and then Ding Liren maybe number 3, and then already like the lists or the probability to see that match is decreasing significantly.
Yeah, I think that's about right. Yeah, I think, he basically said he wants to play Alireza, and if Hikaru won the candidates, I think,
It would have had
dodging,
a nice
yeah,
different impact.
dodging that particular challenge, I think, would become impossible for Magnus, just for for memes. These days, like you have to respect the memes, but with everybody else. But once again, like, I don't really value my own opinion on this topic, and neither should anybody else.
No,
I
we
don't.
all just guess, of course.
Yeah, I don't know anything, and yeah, we will find out, I think, soon enough. I mean, the tournament is going to end in a week, and I'm assuming after it's over, we should have an answer reasonably soon after that.
I think a year ago he had some sort of statement that his main objective is to reach 2900 rating, but in that sense, his unwillingness to play against any sort of candidates, even Ding, looks a bit ambiguous.
Yeah, it's but it's a difficult topic for me, because like, for somebody who has never played a world championship match, the idea that you can play another one and you just say no is very, very odd. Obviously, it's something that I would very much like to have actually experienced, and the perspective of somebody who has won 5 of them already and feels kind of jaded and doesn't really, I mean, his situation, I think, he is very, very honest as an interviewee, and when he makes statements, I think you can more or less trust what he says. And he is not, it's not really about the name of the challenger, in as much as it's he doesn't enjoy the process of preparing and then playing a long classical match anymore, coupled with the fact that I think we all kind of agree, I would assume, that he doesn't really have to prove very much anymore as a chess player. So those two things taken together give us this kind of a unique situation where he is seemingly very willing to just step away and give up on the title if he doesn't feel excited enough about the match. And excitement is, a very subjective thing. It has nothing to do with the strength of your position. I don't think he means any particular disrespect to anyone in the candidates. It has really become a sort of an emotional topic, not a topic of solid mathematical analysis.
Yeah, it might be.
So, I mean, like, Peter, you are well known as one of the most popular commentators actually these days, at least from some kind of popularity list. I saw your name pretty much up. Do you prefer commentary, like, over playing over the board?
By this point, probably. I mean, I still very much like playing short. I went through a surprising to myself kind of a. I used to be a very hardcore fan of classical chess. I used to say that classical chess gives me much more joy than any kind of rapid or blitz or anything. And these days, I actually enjoy playing rapid and blitz quite a bit. And classical is becoming more and more difficult, both to play and to motivate myself to play. So I think I would probably actually take, I mean, depending on what the tournament is, I think there are still some tournaments which I would be quite excited to play. But generally speaking, I think I would actually take a commentary job over a classical tournament. But I will probably play a good blitz or rapid tournament over rather than commentate on it.
Yeah, fair point. Yeah.
Which is, as I said, it's kind of strange because it used to be exactly the other way around.
Well, I think it's maybe also age, at least in my
Yes.
case. I feel that age actually influences his choices a lot.
Yeah, but it's weird that, because you kind of expect Rapid and Blitz to be a young person's game, right? But I've actually grown to enjoy it much more as a kind of at an advanced middle age. My friends kind of forbade me to call myself old, so I will call it advanced middle age. And yeah, I've found suddenly that I'm really enjoying shorter time controls and not really enjoying classical much anymore. Yeah.
Well, I might guess partially because of the influence of the modern computers. So you would rather
Yeah.
have like pretty much a lot of theory
Yeah,
during the game.
creative freedom, not to worry about theory that much is, yeah, it's a large part of that, of course. Yeah.
All right.
We have
Shall we
actually
actually look at
some.
some positions
Yes,
for like
yes.
5 minutes?
Yes, sorry. I just like we have like two questions from the audience for you, Peter.
Sure.
Like one question is like if you come to India in whatever function, of course, like if people would see you in India, maybe you're like coaching a team or like
No,
no, you won't.
not likely. No.
And like the second question is if you get many invitations for classical events nowadays.
Yeah, I mean that obviously comes into it. Yeah, I don't get many chances to play these days, but it also doesn't excite me as much as it used to.
So now we can move to the chess games. Sorry.
A little bit, yeah. Let's do that.
Well, we obviously should give you the right to choose like one particular game to
Well,
start.
the one that we have on the screen is heavily theoretical, and I don't really play the Catalan too much. I think you probably know much more about this position than I do, but it's a line which I think has a reputation of being a forced draw. Jan has done something that I haven't really seen much before, specifically this idea of playing knight c3 and not winning the pawn on move 10. He will have a little bit of something here, but I expect it not to be very much. But I think it suits his tournament situation very well, like getting a small but absolutely risk-free advantage out of the opening here and seeing if he can do something with it, I think is sort of exactly what he needs from this game. He doesn't need to take risks. Fabi needs to start winning games for him to feel the need to change anything. So we could discuss the opening in more detail, but because
Well,
I'm
let's try.
slightly on the clock today, regrettably,
Yeah.
today is a bit of a crazy day in the Svidler household, so we should probably refrain from discussing the subtleties of the Catalan opening.
Well, therefore, maybe let's take a little profound look at the other game.
Mm-hmm.
Let's pick one of the, let's say, Duda against Caruana as the runner-up is playing.
Yeah.
Okay, we're switching to Duda against Caruana.
Yeah, that game once it appears on the screen. Yeah, I was a bit surprised by something there, but then again, I'm not a huge specialist on these kinds of structures in the Italian. As black, I tend to try not to avoid them and not play them. But I wanted to ask you, like, if we look at move 11 here after before knight h5, and once again, we're sort of leaving all of this unremarked upon because all of this is somewhat standard. Although bishop e6 in this position, of course, it exists, but people play rook e8 as well. So it's a very conscious choice here by Fabi to maybe go for a slightly sharper position instead of rook e8, bishop e6. Oh, sorry, because those positions are supposedly equal, but they are, I think, much easier to play for white as well. So what we have now is, there's just one specific point I wanted to talk to you about here after before knight h5. I assumed that you're supposed to trade that bishop on a7 away. I was expecting bishop e3 to happen kind of instantly. And instead, Jan-Krzystof allowed the knight to land on f4, and he went knight g2, knight f1, which I assume also means that if black, let's say, plays queen f6, you will have to trade on f4 with the bishop. Like if we look at the current position, knight f1, knight f4, knight f1. If you play queen f6 here, ideas of knight takes h3 and maybe knight takes g2 somewhere, I think they pretty much force you to take on f4, right? Knight g2 is not a threat yet, but like maybe it will become somewhere. So I think you're kind of supposed to take on a 4 black takes with the queen, and the bishop on a7 survived, right? And then, sometimes you just play g5, h5, and you give mate. I think Fabi won a very no, actually, that game between Grishuk and Fabi, that was with Grishuk on the black side, right? That very, very beautiful game. I think that was with Grishuk playing black. But basically, this is a structure where if white fails to control it properly, black can and quite often actually will generate a very, very strong attack on the king side. So this is quite promising in terms of like getting excitement into the round. I think this is going to be quite a sharp game, and definitely sort of sharper than you often get in the Giocopiano.
Well, full point. Can we claim that Caruana kind of went all in with this opening
Well,
decision?
not all in, all in. Like he didn't play the Peerts or something. But as far as Giocopianos go, I think the decision to play bishop b6 on move 9 is a very good indication that yes, he wants today to be as unclear and as double-edged as possible.
I guess this is his only chance to still try to catch up with Jan.
Yeah, I think he as possible.
All right, Peter, like since you already have like overstressed the time you wanted to spend with us, we want to thank you very much for all the insights and
It
for
was,
all the
it was
suggestions.
always a pleasure to chat with you guys. And yeah, apologies, this is slightly short, but today is a kind of a tricky day here.
Yeah, it's a pity, but thank you, Peter, for coming to the studio and sharing your very valuable opinion for all of us.
Kappa. Thanks, guys.
All right, have a nice day.
Well, I need to say that it almost bring me some sort of shivers having Peter Svidler in the studio.
Well, I think you know him better in terms of like coming from the same country, I guess, right?
You mean?
Like you had more like meetings with him
Yeah,
over
yeah,
the
obviously.
boards and in tournaments than I did, for example, as I don't like I mean, I was never living in Russia.
Yeah, well, probably. I mean, anyway, by all means, I mean, it's a great player and even greater personality. So I'm I'm eager to listen for Peter's opinion in any sort of the question. Just being a very handsome and clever man, I think like most of his advices, to say the least, would be very useful for all of us.
Yes, that's why he's also declared one of the best commentators in the world.
Mm, pretty much, I
Yes,
have to agree with it.
in the chess commentary, like I mean, at least like from what I heard, there's a list, and very much on the top of the list is Peter. Among I think also Anish is like having very good rates, and no, let me lie. Also, Peter Lego has very good rates, and I think those three actually are among those with the best rates. Maybe I forgot someone, but like from like what I heard at least, that's where the most liked commentators.
Let's clarify, do we include Nakamura in that list? He is making streams on chess.com.
Yes, but it's just like I don't think that he's like commentating tournaments often like in a professional way. I mean, like he's commentating on his Twitch channel, but I don't mean like commentating like for a kind of platform
Hmm.
in a way like for the pages or the Twitch channels of these platforms.
Yeah, definitely.
Otherwise, of course, he's unbeatable by just the numbers like of people watching him. So this is not comparison in a way.
Yeah, obviously, but yeah, sometimes it depends on like what is the certain platform he's making commentary to.
Mhm.
Yeah, but I tend to agree that Peter is. I used to listen Peter a lot while he's been making commentary with Jan Gustafsson and also Evgeny Miroshnichenko, and I enjoy them like fully. I have to say that.
Yeah, from
Well,
Peter
so
you learn.
that could be a very good objective for all of us as a commentators to be as good as Peter,
Yes.
but it's a long way to go.
Well, I mean, like in my case, at least I also like have to increase like 250 rating points, I guess. So that is like, I mean, my English is probably like quite comparable to his. Like in this regard, I can say like I'm doing okay, but in the regard of chess level and maybe the art of explanation, probably like in my next life, I can hope for that.
Well, all right. Yeah, of course, yeah, like both of you, your level of English is just outstanding in my point of view, and at least in comparison to mine. So I believe I would be the guy responsible for the chess part.
So actually, like in the game between Duda and Caruana, we have seen like it's on the board, right? Like Queen f6 as expected and Knight f4, or it was an analyze from
No, no, it was
Peter.
only another race room. So Queen f6 is not played yet,
Oh, okay.
and strange. It's a bit strange that Caruana still takes his time because probably he wasn't very familiar with knight d2, knight f1 because, as Peter said, bishop e3 trade looks more naturally in terms just to trade off the bishop on a7, which kind of makes white's king being feel a bit of unsafety. So bishop e3 would be a very valid point indeed. Knight d2, knight f1, yeah, looks a bit arrogant in terms of the activity of black's bishop on a7. Queen f6 is on the board.
But you know, like just look at the time consumption. Like Duda is still on 150. So he spent 10 minutes altogether, or like even less. I mean, they start with 2 hours, right? At the
Hmm.
beginning. So he spent already some time, unless you can claim that this is prep. But somehow, like even if this was prep, then I mean, honestly, like I prefer Black's position much more.
Yeah, in terms of the like easiness of the neutrality
Yes,
of plan, like doubling on f file, I think.
it's very easy for Black.
Yeah, it's very easy, and I think more or less the same moves can be made as by Caruana as by any kind of like 20 to 100 player. I mean, the whole concept is so understandable. So after Queen f6, I believe he will double on f file, play Queen g6, and white has to show up with some preciseness.
And I don't think we have any other option but to take on f4. I mean, I was wondering if we can play like knight fh2.
Yeah, like we have to point out which one, like probably the first one.
Yeah, the other one I think is
Yeah,
running in danger with bishop takes f2 motifs.
yeah, or even knight h3. I agree.
I'm not sure how to start. I would probably even prefer like bishop takes f2 and then knight takes d3, something like that. But because you have to go to e2, I guess. Because if you go to g1, you would lose a full rook.
Yeah, we have to conclude that like knight 3 h2 would be just a huge blunder because
Ah,
of the
you
very.
can.
Yeah, I
Yes,
saw.
actually, you're right. Bishop like knight takes h3. It's made on g1 is much easier
Yeah,
because
yeah,
you cannot take. So
yeah. Obviously, we have to pull out the knight from the first ring, and this is the way how we protect f3 knight and avoiding knight h3 threats at once at least. So knight
yes.
h3 would be a, like a good move because of g take h3, and the knight is not hanging anymore.
But maybe we can play h5 here just to take the square on g4 and just to underline that those knights are a little bit unflexible.
Yeah, absolutely fair. Yeah, fair point. But yeah, h5 would be a very good decision indeed. I would rather opt for queen g6 for some reason because
Yes, this is also
like I've been told from one very strong female chess player that's the threat is stronger than the
Than the
execution.
execution.
Yeah,
Yes, on the queen c6, of course, is like kind of forcing the exchange on f4. That's true.
yeah. And then bishop f4 even helps us with like in terms of the pace of the attack.
Double.
So we're already doubled after rook a f8. Next move.
Hmm.
All right. So queen f6. Yeah, obviously computer has its own opinion, but like from the human's perspective of view, obviously this position is like slightly preferable for black. Yeah, I think
So
we
you
have.
mean like the computer evaluates it equally?
I think so, like more or less. I don't believe there is a huge gap in terms of evaluation. I don't believe like computer the iron say that white is much better. Like I'm not completely sure how white will like make any sort of counterplay against the plan of doubling on f file. So I might guess like b4 b5 is a valid option. I mean just kicking out the knight, like
Yeah,
almost
that would be
forcing,
a principle.
and then it's still it's still a bit like sort of uncertain whether black has to take on b5, because I would rather opt for knight e7. It still like leaves some sort of flexibility on the queen side, because if we take on b5 it means that our bishop is already under attack.
Yes, I mean, I would also not prefer here to open up the A file because A7 is a little bit on pre. And even like if I ignore the exchange on B5, I mean, the pawn on A6 is not that bad. It's not so easy to attack it, at least. Like, so 97 immediately makes more sense to me as well.
Yeah, after b5 black has to make some sort of like controversial decision, like whether they leave a6 pawn being a bit vulnerable, or they trade the pawns, like keeping a flawless pawn structure, but their a7 bishop, like which certainly wasn't like undisputed power, can become a weakness in the black's camp, unless there is some, unless bishop f2 issues like is not working at the spot. I believe b5 is a very principled continuation, but maybe mm, Duda can bring up some sort of flexibility. Maybe he can start with queen b3 first.
Yeah.
Like queen b3 also has some pros and cons, because rook f6 was some sort of pre-move, and protecting the e6 pawn, and like aiming rook a f8 or rook g6 kind of helps black to develop the counterplay on the king side.
Still, like, it looks to me like that for black, it's much easier in a way.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we should point out that like even our level of play is called to be like Patzer in comparison to the like the gits in the FIDE candidates 2022, but we still pretend we're sort of little experts in the chess world.
Yes, I mean, it's just, I mean, like, just imagine, like, you had this position against some of the players from the candidates. Clearly, like, you will voluntarily just go for black because it's easier and you know what to do in the next couple of moves. And that's what, well, we mean about practical choices.
Yeah, and for a reason, obviously. Like if you know the plan, it makes you feel like literally much happier during the
Yes, you
game.
spend less time.
Yeah.
So that's one thing. So maybe like it's time like to slowly move to other games. We have seen a little bit of Nepo. We have seen a little bit of Caruana. There's Duda. No, there's a Ding. I meant sorry,
hmm
Ding Liren, like who is now in the third position. So maybe like with some miracle, you can still win some games and have a chance.
We had some sort of habit predicting the openings and predicting the which game could have been decisive. So in terms of decisive games, what would you
Okay.
predict for
Okay,
today?
today I predict Caruana to win.
Well,
Then I predict Nepo to make a draw. And then we have Ding, Rapport, Firouzja. Like Firouzja plays with what colors today?
was
He is
black against
he's black.
Hikaru.
Oh well, there I bet. Okay, Firouzja won now, so he's back psychologically. I bet on the result on that game too, but I can't say who's winning.
Yeah, obviously. And statistically speaking, I think your prediction um, on
I bet on
Karu.
two results today.
Well, that's quite like moderate. That's kind of moderate prediction because we have 4 games, and you say that half of them would be decisive. Well,
Yes.
statistically wise, you're doing like everything quite logically. I mean, Duda is not doing like so far is not doing good in this tournament, while Caruana is quite motivated, and
Mm-hmm.
he already mm, came up with some interesting opening idea in Gioco Piano, opening an F file, and uh, obviously showing off his intentions for this game. And Nakamura-Firouzja, at least, yeah, I suspect it will be a very great game with the plenty of chances for both sides. It won't be that dry as Nepomniachtchi Radjabov.
Yes, but I said like at the beginning that for Nepo the probability to make 4 draws and win the tournament is quite high. I
Yeah,
think.
even three would be would be enough for him probably, unless Caruana wins his one of remaining games.
So that's why I mean like he would not risk anything. But okay, today against Rajabov probably like there was no need. I mean like Peter said that the choice was a little bit trash in a way. So against Rajabov, he could have tried to play something more ambitious, perhaps, but maybe he just wants to play like these kind of positions where he's always opting for a safe option in a way.
And Queen B3 is on the board indeed.
Yes, this was one of the candidates. I mean, there are not so many choices because knight g3 fails to queen takes g3,
Hmm.
even though it's like a move you sometimes want to do. Knight e3 perhaps was an option as well, but it's not like a move which gives you anything in a way because the knight doesn't really have like a strong future perspective.
Yeah, normally we should point out that there is just a couple of valid plans for white. Like either they opt for d3 d4 breakthrough, kind of blocking the a7 bishop, but obviously, and particularly in this position, d4 breakthrough wasn't a valid option due to the activity on the f file, and knight d4 or even bishop d4 both work like mm, mm, work out
Such
for black.
things, yes. I mean, like you have like a big sensitive spot on f2. You
Hmm.
always have to watch out for, and also like for beginners, for example, like when they speak about the golden rules of the opening, then one of the golden rules actually says to watch out for f2 and f7 pawn, because any pawn or any piece which is only protected by the king is always like a sensitive spot.
Yeah, very vulnerable indeed.
Like, yes, which you have to pay attention to. If something is only protected by the king, then whatever that is, it can be much more vulnerable because the king itself is the most vulnerable piece, obviously, in chess. So yes, I mean probably like we should go to Nakamura Ali Reza because we're expecting in that game to see some fire, even though we don't know it, unless you have sneaked into the game already.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Nakamura game against Ali Reza. All right, and we've got the position.
It's a Sicilian.
It is Sicilian. No, pardon me, I have to refresh the position. No, this is the position. Indeed, so that's Sicilian. It is an either of. knight c3, a6, bishop e3, like probably the most played move in Najdorf, I believe.
In this
b5,
tournament, for sure, yes.
yeah.
Ah, no, not even this tournament. We had it only once, I think, no?
Like Nepomniachtchi game against Firouzja was the one.
Yes. So it's twice already. At least we have a repetition. But Najdorf was the choice of all the Sicilian choices here, I would say. No?
Mhm.
We had seen some. And Taimanov by Rapport, we shouldn't forget, yeah. Knight f3, however, is the kind of positional approach. On the main line after knight f3 is bishop e7, bishop
Mhm.
c4, and castle. That's what had been played in the most, like, this is the most popular one, castle, and then I think you go at some point like bishop e3, bishop e6, and then like what Maxime prefers to play, he plays some with b5
Mhm.
early on. That's what Maxime usually does. And Maxime is one of the guys, I mean, Maxime Mashilakraf, who loves the night of more than probably like anything else in his life. I don't know
I'm curious to ask him.
how much he likes, how much he would like get rid of the night of. Like if
Yeah,
the choice is like between his favorite chocolate and not playing the night of, I think I know the choice.
yeah.
Okay. So knight c6 is actually a little bit more unusual, and the one of the drawbacks about playing knight c6 is like whenever knight d5 is coming, you lose a tempo once the guy on d5 is exchanged. That is one of the biggest drawbacks about knight c6 in the knight of structures. As we see here, that now to take on d5 with a knight already is not possible.
It gives me some feeling of curiosity after 95 because I see the time consumption, and after 9 minutes of think for knight c6, well, probably, I mean, I imagine he's been recalling the theory because he didn't expect knight f3 from Hikaru, because he already had a game in knight b3 against Nepomniachtchi. Maybe, yeah, I mean, probably not exactly the same position, but I believe he was prepared against some sort of transposes after knight b3, queen d2, f3, and he was well prepared against this line. And after knight e3, probably he was recalling the theory because after knight c6, Nakamura spent 11 minutes to go bishop c4, and I believe Nakamura was the first one who went off the road in terms of the opening, because
I'm
knight
not sure
c6.
what is the main line here, if not bishop c4.
mm, I don't know what is the main line exactly, but considering the time consumption, I believe knight c6 uh, wasn't an expected opportunity for Hikaru, so he didn't obviously pay any sort of attention after. I believe like bishop e7 and like the main lines were more or less scrolled
The
down.
main is bishop e7 and queen c7. These are the main lines. Also h6 sometimes is played, but usually like bishop e7 and queen c7
Hmm.
is the main two moves. There's also bishop e6, by the way, which is not so bad. Like to just say like after knight g5, I give you the guy. Like not here. I mean like instead of bishop e7, also bishop e6 move is a valid move here. And after knight g5, you just don't care. You play queen c7 here, and you just
Wow.
allow the guy to be taken. I think it's queen c7. I'm not 100% sure, but I know that you can allow knight g5 and knight takes c6.
Yeah, we probably can discover it later. Yeah, I believe there is an idea to give up the bishop in order to like secure the d5 spot.
Yeah,
I think I had a game against Kobali in bishop e7, bishop c4, bishop e6, and he equalized it pretty easily. So I
it's,
believe like knight f3 is not a very, it's not a great option for white. I mean, just a very
it's a
uh
very positional and safe option, and black should know some moves because here, for example, like you can also get bad positions if like you play at some point too early h6 because then there are ideas like knight h4 and knight f5. So it's not so trivial. Like she should know a little bit of the theory, and
Hmm.
I think the easiest choice is just bishop e7, castle, and then bishop e6 and b5. But it's not so unspicy as it may look like.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. So knight f3, knight c6 was played, bishop c4. He pulled out the bishop to e6 and knight d5, and still Firouzja. I know Firouzja played rook c8 already.
Yes, because bishop e6 and knight c7 was obviously a threat you want to deal with.
Hmm.
So rook c8 makes sense, protecting c7, and now it's getting interesting because we have the option to give you a double pawn with bishop b6 and knight takes f6.
Wow,
But I'm not sure that this double pawn is like something too bad,
probably not.
because you cannot really like exploit d5 and f5 in a good way, and you have a hanging bishop now on c4, maybe bishop b3, but somehow I don't think that like black has to worry much here,
It could be a very good version for black of Sveshnikov.
especially
Yeah, yeah.
yes.
And like positionally speaking, bishop e6 is the move that you have to consider.
Mm-hmm.
And uh,
Yes,
it
it's maybe
leaves some sort of controversial thoughts for black, because you should choose between mm, taking with the pawn and taking over the control of d5 spot, or taking with the queen, leaving some sort of f6 f5 ideas, and at least heading towards the pawn structure that you are more or less familiar with, because f takes e6 leaves us the pawn structure we we never dealt with. So it still leaves some sort of interesting questions. I think even bishop e6 can be considered.
yeah. So, but it's not like that bishop b6 and knight takes f6 is a forced option. It's just one option.
It looks very principled, to say the least.
Mm. Well,
And
if
the
I
other
take
one,
on f6 immediately, like, do you believe that the queen on f6 is so nicely placed?
yeah, I do. Somehow I do. Um, well, our pawns are not doubled. You have to solve the light squared issue, because light squared bishop issue, because you play bishop d5. You have to keep an eye on bishop d5 moves in some
And then
lines.
after queen d5, knight d4, it would be not such a nice day in the office, but
Well, it's still not like totally clear, but at least it's an option to be considered.
yeah.
Maybe it even works for white, because after knight c2, king d2, if queen retreats, the white has rook a c1, and the game goes on, and it's so unclear.
Mm, yeah.
Well, queen f6 is, I mean, knight f6, queen f6 will lead to a very concrete position, and it will be all around the d5 spot. If black managed to take the control over d5 spot, they will be super fine. Or play f7, f5, and just to make white center feel a bit shaky. Mm, or if white um, takes the control over d5 square, they will just have a very pleasant edge. So I believe it will be very, I mean, surprisingly, it can be a very tactical position.
So what other options do we have? Okay, we check bishop b6, we check knight takes f6. I mean, knight b6, I think looks not logical because I can take on c4, and then the knight on c4 looks a little bit clumsy. But even if it's e4, maybe even also hanging, right?
Yeah, it is hanging.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not very familiar with this particular position, even being in either flare with black pieces, but in some types of positions, you're just afraid to take on e4, and you like intuitively you need to finish your development as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Like specifically in this position, not for knight e4, I don't see any sort of like direct refutation against this greediness.
No, it also seems to me like the coordination of white is not strong enough to really use this. So I guess that knight b6 is not really an option. So, and basically that means there are not so many options left. Because after the move rook c8, the e4 pawn might just be hanging.
Hmm. But you know, like in this particular lineup for bishop knight b6, bishop c4, otherwise, well, otherwise there is some interesting rook c7 idea, because knight e5 at least you can repeat,
Mm-hmm.
and well, rook on c7, I tend to agree that it looks a bit clumsy.
It looks, yes. I mean, rook c7 does look like not the right strategy. And taking on c4 makes sense because the knight on c4 is not so great, I would say.
I don't know whether we should expect some sort of forced draw after knight e4, knight b6, because I'm failing to find a good way for black to continue the fight. Maybe rook b8 is the one.
Rook b8, yeah. And then after knight e5, you can,
Play b5.
in the worst case, I thought like even knight c5 is possible.
Hmm.
Looks strange, but don't see an immediate refutation of that one.
Yeah, indeed, a very strange position. Like, obviously, the knight on d5 looks so beautiful, but
It's a
if
pawn.
white failed to play it quickly, I think black will be doing just fine. Just great, maybe. I've been a bit curious with b4, but then I realized that even knight d7 is an option, covering the
Mhm.
b6 square. Oh, sorry, no. Obviously not. Alright, so rook b8 is an idea after bishop takes c4. So it means knight b6 probably won't be played. Mm, Nakamura will obviously opt for a more crafty decision.
Do we have any move which you left? I mean, queen d3, I guess you may take on d5 and then you have to take with a pawn.
Hmm.
And knight b4. Knight b4
Knight
looks
b4 even winning a pawn.
ye- not so 100% like queen b3, knight ft5, I guess. And now I need some tricks. You take on c2
Like,
and king e2, and then I would say like that black might be losing.
yeah, because the pawn is hanging. A crucial one.
Yeah. No, okay, we will see like what Nakamura will decide.
Apart from queen d3, there are some bishop g5 ideas as well.
Yes, this I mean like this move I didn't really like check much because I thought like okay I played bishop e3 to like move a little bit later bishop g5, whereas black made just normal developing moves without like any time loss in a way. So that's why
Hmm.
it's not crossing the logics, even though it's a valid move to fight for the d5 square.
Yeah, but probably that's because of the like knight c6, which looks a bit peculiar. So after knight c6, you're lacking control on f6. Otherwise, you would play knight bd7. So yeah, I agree that it barely crosses the mind. But bishop g5 and like what I don't like at all is queen, like the simple availability of queen a5.
Yes, this might also like be. Yes, this is actually a move which you know from the Sveshnikov as well, like queen a5, bishop d2, queen d8, bishop g5 draw.
Yeah.
But yes, it's
A
a
very
pattern which is
a very
known.
common way to make a draw quickly. I think even I had it once, like back to 2014.
So yes, maybe it's time to go for the game we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, let's
And
move forward.
it's the game of Ding
Hmm.
against Rapport, or Rapport against Ding.
Yeah, I believe it should be. No, no, sorry, not this one. Yeah, Rapport against Ding. Wow, such a mess. I couldn't even guess the opening from the very beginning. When I saw the pawn structure the first time. B5 early. Wow. H6, bishop H4, D6, C3.
Mm.
Well, everything looks more or less familiar. I mean, probably one of the fewest inclusions I have to point out that instead of C3, I think was that sort of structure with the bishop, especially with the bishop being on C5 and not being able to retreat to E7. White may use white's kind of couldn't make use of it playing knight c3, aiming knight d5 at some lines.
Yes, but actually, like when you play so early b5, isn't the biggest drawback that a4 might be coming?
Yeah, we may include a4 rook b8.
Mm-hmm. And then actually, like you can take on b5 and play knight c3 and claim that you have all of the a file.
Mhm. It's
Because
like,
that's the reason why they don't play b5 so early in such kind of positions. You take, and sometimes even like, like there's knight c3, but probably then you answer with g5. The other option is like to take on f6 and to play knight d5 then. I mean,
mhm.
knight c3, knight d5. Take, and say like knight c3.
Yeah, that's a very valid one. I expect knight e7 is the move.
No, knight takes b5, bishop a4 doesn't work
Yeah, I have
yet.
c6, so
Yes,
I'm still on the float.
yes, you just make it.
I, mm, I this particular position appears to me as uh, as in the book because there were not a lot of moves being made in a peculiar way, so all the setups from both sides are quite logical. And uh, due to the fact that Rui Lopez is probably the most playable opening ever, I believe after move 11, yeah, so 8 takes 8 b5, 8 takes b5, bishop f6, I believe there's been at least a couple of games in this position.
Yeah.
Like the one of the fewest reasons that this position would never arise ever, that after h6, first you have to play bishop h4, and then after d6, after a couple of moves, you take on f6. So it barely crosses the mind that after playing bishop h4, you are like voluntarily you can take on f6 yourself.
Yeah. Okay, but in the game, actually, it went a little bit different.
A5, bishop c2, c5. Yeah, all the time when I saw that sort of pawn structure, I've been very puzzled. Like, what black is aiming for if white,
Space.
yeah, if white is not pushing their pawn to d4. Like, how can you prove this bishop on a7?
Yes, okay, maybe at some point you may have some move c4. Well, at some point you may just play d5 and then d4, c4. I mean, there are some ideas, but yes, I mean, I'm not sure that you need this knight a5 and c5 so badly. True.
Hmm? And rook b8 is played.
It seems like to me like the Ding is going all in on all the wings and all the geographical areas in the game.
Hmm. Yeah,
Because
true.
king side, queen side, usually like when like you tell the beginners like don't attack on too many wings, it might like end badly, and like you shouldn't show these games to these guys because like here he's attacking on both wings. I mean, he's fine in this certain kind of strategy because the position is quite closed, but yet it has some small risk that such things can backfire.
Yeah, but then rook b8 just proves the other rule. At least, I think in my childhood I've been told that you have to put all your focus on both sides of the board and try to create. Uh, Again, I've been told that it's a very important rules of two weaknesses. So on the one hand, we are kind of improving on the king side. On the other hand, we are playing rook b8 and getting ready to some sort of a4 ideas with white facing with b4. So I might guess that rook b8 is played in order to avoid some sort of a4. But then after rook b8, b to b4 looks very, very logical
Mm-hmm.
because like in that sense, rook a b8 like just doesn't look like a sensible move. So
I don't
probably
understand rook b8 to be honest. Like
neither me. Probably he was a bit worried with like
he
a4
wanted
was
to
bothering
play.
him.
Yes, yeah, a4. And now at least you can answer with b4. That's true,
Hmm.
and that's actually a good point. But I wonder, like, at some point he has to take a decision about his king in the center, right? If he is castling short-sided
Could it be that his idea is to play king f8 just
and
to
king
leave the
c7,
things being a bit uncertain and push
or
the h pawn?
you have at some point to watch out for like knight takes e5 motifs at least, because you can also take with the f pawn.
Hmm.
I don't think that this is now like a serious threat, but let's say here, for example, like after rook b8, I would not play knight e5 here, it's too early. And then f takes g, and you starting like to have all the checks. But it could be, for example, like that you aim for this kind of positions when you include the move like b4. Because after b4, the knight, in case of knight c6, then if I take on e5, the knight on c6 is hanging. And
Yep.
here after knight takes g3, knight takes c6, okay, I didn't make the calculation, but it looks a little bit suspicious.
Yeah, that's just a game over indeed.
So since we have the position on the board, like b4 is a valid option.
Absolutely right.
And I like the option. Okay, you can take on b4, and then of course, like after knight takes g3, my f pawn is pinned. But even if you take here, and I go knight c6, at least I have a weakness on a6 on the long run. On the other hand, maybe like this bishop on a7 now can be annoying.
Yeah, and we have to. I think it's important to conclude that in that sort of position, black has to play dynamically, and while white has a flawless static, so they have a flawless pawn structure, it's just much better. Like imagine if we just took off the queens of the board, white would be much better. So it means that in this particular position, black's main idea um,
Is to attack on the king's
is
side.
to attack on the king side. True.
Yeah. Okay, maybe like b4 is not like the move which has to be played. I guess like Rapport is taking his time for a good reason. It was just one thing which looked not bad. Interesting might be also d4, but likely it's premature. So it could be interesting. Just to say, like, I give you that pawn. I just let you calculate.
Well, as I claim that I will be responsible for the chess part,
Yeah.
I need to
Now you can prove
put
it.
put yeah put all my focus on these certain lines. So d4, yeah, I believe I would take with the c pawn first,
Yes.
just in order to decide if I'm even obliged to take on d4 the second time.
Well, I was wondering if you take with the, I mean, if they take with the bishop, I would say like it's like easy compensation, even more than that. This would be like a huge error, I guess,
Hmm.
because the d4 pawn I will recollect here, even like I might have a luxury problem on how to take on g3, but let's assume we do the normal way.
Hmm.
And then knight f3, we have a good structure, and the king on e8 is horrible. So e takes d4 is the only thing I think that makes more sense. And then I was wondering if I can play e5.
Yeah, looks curious. So white is currently pawn down, but black
I want
is.
to square e4. I do the clearing sacrifice.
Hmm. Ah, so after d takes e5, you won't even take on e5, you mean?
No, this I don't know. I mean, like, first of all, I think if you take on e5, you should first take on g3.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
obviously.
bishop takes c5 is a killer. Yes, I take. And if you take on e5, okay, obviously, like, knight takes e5 is quite nice. And the king, is, and even if you go castle or something, then there is like plenty of ideas. Like there's b4, knight c6, there's queen h5. It doesn't look good. There's queen h5, knight takes f7, queen g6. I mean, there's too many things to be sure that white should rock the stadium.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. Maybe it's a bit more clever to play d5 instead of d takes e5, just
Yes, but
securing the
then
pair of bishops.
this is of course like what probably should be done. Now, of course, we have two options, like to play knight b3, even if you exchange and try to get the pawn. But maybe you will not get the pawn after bishop g4. It won't be that easy.
Yeah, that's a very interesting position. I agree.
So
I
I
I
think d4
I
is
don't.
too early, but it was interesting to check it, how early it was.
I mean, probably the line is not over yet, so we can follow it up with queen d3, like leave a lot of uncertainties in the position because you're not willing to take on a 3 voluntarily because you give me just a very good center and like the pawn structure on the king side. Black's king is a bit vulnerable. I think like after queen d3, we prevent castle because of bishop c2.
Yes, that's not what you want to see. Even no, yes, it's not what you want to see.
I believe you may continue with queen d7, despite the fact that d4 pawn is hanging. Like you play this. No, but then it has no sense at all. So white is doing just great there.
But this means like okay, maybe like we should listen to your suggestion and after d4 say like we don't take twice on d4, we take maybe once and then do something else. Like for example, we take on g3 and play
Mhm.
queen e7
This is one of the like possible options.
or g4 even g4 and say like we take on d4 with the bishop.
Yeah, obviously g4 looks very principled.
Yeah, so
And if we retreat knight h2, I think black is not in a hurry to take on d4. I don't want to give you any sort of counterplay on the king side. I would play
yeah, but
h5.
h5 is like the knight on h2 is an excluded piece, so
Yeah,
basically
yeah,
it
it's just being
does well.
imprisoned. So
Yeah,
it's
okay,
like
d4 is premature. That's what I guess. But it was
I do expect b2 b4 to be played, and this
mm,
is the very principal line after knight c6. Um, I know you told that after knight c6 we have some like knight e5, little low blow.
yes, we said like that first on g3 should be taken. Like you
Mhm.
should like take on g3 as an intermediate move and then like knight c6.
Yeah, that's an
And yeah,
important reason.
yes. And here I wasn't sure about this position, but I think black is fine. From
Yeah, it looks a bit suspicious in terms of square on d5 and a6, the potential weakness, but mm, until like with the queen on the board, it won't be a big issue for black because for all of a sudden white's king being already which is already castled yet is in a bigger risk than these like vis-a-vis on e8 because h5 h4 is something you want like you're not willing to deal with.
Yeah. I
And in
guess
this
we will
particular
see.
position, like after knight c6, let's come up at least with some plan for white, at least some like with a one move in the row.
Well, there are not many options. There's knight b3, there's bishop b3.
Yeah, let's check knight b3. It looks a bit ridiculous because
It
like
doesn't
really,
do much, you know? It's like,
but then like d probably d3 d4 is a clear
yes, this
idea.
is the idea, yeah. But here bishop g4 can be an option.
Hmm. Yeah, unless like the a6 pawn is hanging. So so you can pull out with h5 first,
Hmm.
and after d4 probably h4. White cannot really take on h4 due to many reasons, like g4 is one of a kind. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a very unclear position. Maybe bishop b3 is a bit better decision, but I don't know how we react after h5. It's still
Yes, it's too easy for black. That's why I'm not even convinced that the move b4 is the one. But on the other hand, like, you know, preferable if you take on g3, I want to take with the f pawn.
hmm.
Because that would at least mean like I will not get mated. Yeah, king h1, I was even thinking about that move. It looks ridiculous in a way, but it has a point. But now this threat of like knight takes e5 is not valid. On the other hand, like we can maybe even pull out knight g1 and force the knight to get to f4. But even that is not like something bad for black, obviously. No,
Yeah,
king
for
h5,
sure.
I don't like that move because you can always just go knight f4 and don't see the benefits of that position. But I agree, it's not easy to make a move here.
Still, I suspect this position shouldn't be like let's say better for black,
No, 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 it's
but
not
I tend to agree that
practically easier.
at least Ding received a very nice in terms of counterplay position. But
Plus, much better time.
I
Plus, new
yeah,
ideas.
I don't know how much it was needed against Rapport particularly because Rapport usually gives you a chance to play and plays himself. So it's not like a player like let's say Nakamura or like any sort of player who's very like rigged in terms of opening repertoire or just checking this everlasting lines until move 50, not giving a chance for you to play. But Rapport, like thanks for his creativity, he will always give you an opportunity to play. And
That's
it depends only on your level of play, on your like current shape, how long it will last for, because like without a doubt he's just like he's an outstanding player,
yes, he's one of the very creative types in that tournament.
especially in double-edged positions.
Yeah, but it's not easy here. Let's agree on that.
Hmm.
It's not so easy to find a good plan for one.
Absolutely. Yeah, black setup looks a bit peculiar with both knights being on a5 and h5. Yeah, just a pity for Dr. Tarash. And well, it's good for him not witnessing it, but that's the modern chess. So you put your knights to a5 and h5. And one is protecting b3 square, not allowing bishop b3 to be a valid move, and the other one already attacking a bishop on g3. So like obviously that's a very concrete approach to solve out your any sort of opening issues.
Yes, and it's space advantage. Space advantage is always nice
Yeah,
because you get, especially with all the pieces on the board, it's nice because
yeah,
you have both.
probably I might change my mind and I do like black's position even more than white's.
It's easier, let's say, from the practice, like similar as what we have seen in the Caruana game.
Hmm.
It's easier for black somehow.
Probably.
Yeah.
Well, it's also depends on your opening repertoire. Let's say if you play this particular line with black, but you don't opt for this with white, somehow you feel it easier to play with the side at least you're familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm like, for me, a player who is absolutely unfamiliar with that sort of things, like I'm like a little familiar with Ruy Lopez. Of course, I know some like main lines, I know some like anti-martial stuff, and Berling. But like b5 is a very rare move, and
Yeah, I agree. But okay, that's why actually, like for me, it's very principle. If someone's playing early b5, I want to answer with a4 and use it immediately and force a decision.
mhm,
So maybe it's a good moment, like to take a break because we have summed up all the games,
mhm.
and we will see what will happen in the next
Yeah,
couple of
great idea.
moves,
Yeah,
and
stay
then
tuned.
we'll be back.
Obviously, stay tuned. That's a pity that probably, but we don't know yet if we'll have any other very valuable guest afterwards. But let's keep it as a secret.
Welcome back to round number 10. Still nothing really changed according to the standings. We have clearly Nepomniachtchi in the lead. We have Caruana still fighting for being a strong and dangerous competitor. And well, then we have, I think, a couple of people with 50% who are on the third position, like Ding Liren, Nakamura, and probably someone else. I don't know. As for today's game, we already like discussed briefly all the positions, and currently I think we are at the game of Nepomniachtchi against Radjabov, and I'm not sure so many things happened since last time we looked at it. At least the structure hardly changed.
Yeah, we can take a look at Nepomniachtchi against Radjabov because I have it on my analysis board. And theoretically speaking, I think pretty much I've known until move bishop a8. So bishop e3, bishop a queen a5. I'm pretty sure this position exists in the theory. Bishop d2. This is somewhat I'm not very familiar with. Like I think knight d5, e takes d5 could be, or even knight d5. For some reason, I thought e takes d5 is also fine for black. But then it
But then
should
at least on the black squares, like some small edge.
probably we play bishop d4 and then put our bishop to c3. I have witnessed the game of my well, I can't say student, but I've been a second for a Grandmaster Fedoseev in Berlin this year in February, and I believe he won a pretty much very similar position against his like former compatriot Grigory Aparin. And I've just, I mean, during the break, I've decided to scroll up the page on Facebook, and I saw that Grigory decided to change his flag to American.
Okay.
So, like a very strong newcomer to American chess. I believe it won't be well. It will only help out American like future generations. I mean, obviously, Caruana, Nakamura, Wesley So, and even Dominguez and Ronya are not for life, but Aparin could be a good reserve for their national squad.
Yes, Aparin is still young and probably motivated, so I'm sure that he might be a serious player of the future.
Yeah, he came third on recent Grand Swiss tournament in
Hmm.
Riga, so he had
Yes.
just an outstanding performance there. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't suiting the topic of the speech. Just to inform you, in order to keep you being informed of the like novelties and
Yes, had been a
recent
lot of
news.
changes of federations actually in this year, a lot, which is of course based on the current political situation worldwide, and for this reason not surprising. But yeah, I mean, the most recent, let's say, spectacular change was Rapport's change from Hungary to Romania. That was something very unexpected. I would say, like, if you speak about something like unexpected, then probably like Rapport is winning the prize of the most unexpected federation change you could probably imagine.
Yeah, somehow I've been I've been a bit excited with the fact that while I changed my federation last year, like because I'm living in Spain more than like 3 years, like like on the permanent basis. Obviously, I've been there for many occasions before. We even spent some parts of year, especially summers in Spain. But then I decided to like to change my federation to my like own reasons. I think they're quite understandable in like uh, just currently the current geopolitical circumstances just shed the light on my previous decision, and I think I saw a tweet. yeah, I want to say Twitch, but yeah, sometimes like these words are mixing in my mind. I saw a tweet because I'm not very like avid Twitter user. I saw a tweet from Chess24 that's like my change federation has been one of the most like unexpected flag changes ever, like from Russian
To
to
Spain.
Spanish. Yeah,
Well, I remember like in this year in the Spanish league when someone actually said like, no, he's Spanish now. And I said, like, because we were wondering like which foreigners can play, and we count you as a foreigner, and then someone on my team said like, no, 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 Danny is not a foreigner anymore. He's Spanish now, so they can play with that, and that guy instead. That's how we guessed like if Svana and Nihal and like all the other players in your team could be actually playing or not, and then we understood yes they can because you're written under the Spanish flag, which came quite as a surprise back this time.
yeah,
Yum.
yeah. It's all right. It wasn't related to this particular position. I don't
I
even remember how we came up to.
like you suggested like that knight the move bishop d2 and move number 17 was a move like which was unknown to you. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
like I'm not a follower of this theoretical debate
Hmm.
in this particular line. I used to play some Catalan, but never in a like frequent way. So, and instead of bishop d2, you said like that knight takes d5 is playable, or that e takes d5 is one of the most, or could be an answer
Yeah,
here.
I believe so. Well, I'm not very concerned about the possibility of knight d5
Mm-hmm.
because obviously, like queen c4, knight e3, I suppose black has a full compensation for a pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Not to
Yeah.
knight d5, I would rather retreat the bishop to c1 or either to d2.
Yeah.
Well, and it's just a new round, so if he decided to play bishop d2 at once, like on the one hand, he prepares knight d5, but on the other, obviously, black will retreat their bishop somewhere.
That's what he did in the game, no? Bishop a8 was
Yeah,
played.
knight d1. Well, that's I have to say I'm not familiar with at all.
But it's logical in a way that okay, you bring the knight to e3, and then we claim that we can win that pawn at some point.
Hmm?
Makes sense. Just to fight for that pawny pawn. Here already,
But then it feels like with the inclusion of knight d1, knight d3, and shuffling bishop a8, bishop d5, it feels like white has achieved a lot because they emphasize
yes.
the pressure on the c file already.
I mean, like if the bishop retreat to a8 to come back to d5 after the pawn is hanging, it means usually like that there's something wrongly happened in black's position. Besides, also the plan of b3 at some moment, not now, may pop up the moment like when there is a serious pin on the c file.
Hmm.
No, I think actually like Jan improved. And I think some more moves were actually played, if I'm not
Hmm.
mistaken.
So he took on d5. Finally, knight takes d5, knight e5.
Mm-hmm.
Knight b6, the pawn was hanging. Queen e4, so kind of restricting the knight on b8. So knight c6 is no more a move. Well, it's even never been a move with a knight on e5, and so so just in other words, he protected the knight. After queen e4, bishop f6 and bishop c3 is played.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there are sometimes motives like knight f7, queen h7. I think they're like premature in the most cases,
Hmm.
but black should watch out for these.
Obviously.
Yeah. But okay, I like white's position. It's quite easy, and you play for two results, and that's what Jan wants.
Yeah, absolutely risk-free position for white indeed.
Mm. He can. I mean, like in this level, I would even dare to say he can never lose that.
I believe. I mean, like this the essence of this particular line with black, that they're not risking to lose by force, but if you're yielding too much in that sort of positions with only a pair of pawns left on the queen side, if you lose this pawn and then make some sort of bad trades, so I mean, in other words, you are yielding, you can be in real trouble. And I remember Jan himself losing the games a game against Wesley So recently. Probably it was like just a few months ago,
Okay.
maybe in Romania. I think he played in Romania and lost in the same line with black pieces himself. So it means it's not a risk-free line for black at all, and black is the only side um, like to suffer a bit, in other words. So it's almost impossible to win this in this particular line with black pieces in that sort of endgames.
Yeah, that's a good thing about the Catalan in general. Usually you have a very nice bishop on g2, and usually, like, positionally speaking, black has to be very careful. So maybe we slowly move to Duda against Caruana.
Hmm.
We have
Well,
seen some moments already, and we agreed that it was easier to play for black. Okay, rook f6 is logical.
so the flow of the game was pretty much the same we've predicted,
Mm-hmm.
and he decided to
Well,
to
g5,
keep the
all
dash.
in.
Yeah, a little bit. So g5 probably followed that with g4 or h5 and then g4.
I mean, like, it depends, like, of what white is doing here. If white is, for example, playing knight e3, then h5 would make sense not to give you even a square on g4 and to say, like, g4 is coming.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
And you can always even insert, like, king h8, rook g8 if you want to bring that guy into the play. But yeah, it still looks to me like easier for black, even though I don't know what's the evaluation of this position according to the engine say.
Yeah, I'm
But
trying to come up with a good decision after a g5. And I'm very curious whether we have some sort of d4.
that's a principal thing to play, like d4. At some point, like, the wing attack should be countered with a central attack
Hmm.
as a basic rule. And at some point, I believe you have to play d4, otherwise the pressure on f2 is too strong.
Like my idea after d4 was very concrete because like initially I wanted to put my knight to g3 to attack h5 square and create some sort of direct threats. So then I figured out that knight g3 fails to queen takes g3.
Yes,
Then I just want
sad news.
to make that sort of like that particular threat being valid. So I start with d4, like
Mm-hmm.
keeping an eye on e5 uh, pawn. Probably I would like if you allow me to take, I will probably take it, but I'm not sure at all. And after e takes d4, my initial idea was still to play knight g3.
And to claim that this is all okay, then rook on f6 is even hanging with a check. So,
And if you try to protect this knight h5 idea, I do also have knight e2 and knight ed4. So I'm
mhm.
even fine to sacrifice the pawn on e4 in order to receive a very mm, like convincingly looking counterplay on the e file.
Yeah.
So I believe, yeah, despite the fact that at the first glance it's probably easier for black to play, it still remains very concrete. And if Duda comes up with some good, mm, like profound decision, he will be the side who is pushing.
Yeah. So, practically speaking, nothing changed from our, like, initial evaluation that it's harder for white.
Harder, but maybe like
Not worse. I don't think white is worse here, even so it looks a bit scary. But somehow I believe that still, like, there's no reason why white should be worse. The king is a bit worse, but the structure is better. The knight on a5 is not genius
at all.
at all, yes. So actually, I like the move d4.
Hmm.
I think something like that should be played.
And it's like after d4, one of the concrete continuation is to play g4 for all of a sudden.
I guess I have to. Well, I can take many pieces here actually. Like I can take on e5, but this looks ridiculous in terms of just opening up the bishop.
Hmm.
If I take on g4 and go, I have to find out, come with some knight move, but it's very difficult to choose one. There's knight e3, there's knight h2, but something like this should be played.
Yeah, I agree absolutely. So I believe g4 will be played because it's the most sensible option there,
Mm-hmm.
especially after g7, g5, as you mentioned that the play on the wing has to be encountered with the.
Counter in the center.
Mhm. Yeah, we've got pretty exciting games since the very
Yeah,
beginning of the games.
this will for sure still be a game which will get a bit more messy. Lucky, I mean, on the other hand, like Caruana is in a kind of, well, let's say easy position. Like he has no chance against Nepo's like score advantage
Mhm.
that he knows that he has to go in. Because a draw is not really helping him much because the more he's drawing, the more likely it is not to catch up. Unless he believes that the second place would secure him a match. But then I'm not sure how like interesting a match could be if it's not a match against Carlsen. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm not like in their minds and like way of thinkings to judge that.
like in that sense, it feels like all the, not only all the attention, but all the responsibility on the result only lays on Nepomniachtchi because the first place is the only one that counts. And in case if you are not succeeding, you're just, yeah, I like, I know a lot of swear words, but obviously I will not pronounce. So if you are not able to, like, to carry out the victory being like a point ahead of the runners up, but he has like a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. Obviously I'm talking about Nepomniachtchi, and Caruana is in a bit better place.
Situation. Yes, because he knows like that if he doesn't win, then how you say in Russian, поезд ушел, like then the train has left the station and that's it. So
Yeah,
it's
sort of.
always easier when you don't have this kind of pressure
Yeah.
behind your back. I'm not sure that actually the Nepomniachtchi feels much pressure because probably he also knows if he wins the candidates, likely he will not play Carlsen. So I'm not
So
sure
so it
how
li-
interesting it is for him.
so it means likely he becomes a new world champion.
Well, I guess if Carlsen's not playing, then number one against number two will play. This means like that if Caruana would finish second, they would play for the match. I guess. I don't know. I don't know what is the regulations or if the candidate champion is automatically declared a world champion. It would be like strange because a match should be a part of that. And then the winner of the candidates has only like the chance to play against the second one. But I think this kind of discussions like FIDE didn't even do yet.
Somehow I have a sort of feeling that anyway Carlsen will play the match no matter who qualifies from the Kennedy's tournament.
I disagree. I don't think that he will play against someone he already played.
Well,
So I doubt
he
he will play.
he already played all of those guys.
No, I know. No, well, in a match, actually, like he didn't play a match against like Firouzja, against Ding, against Duda. He did only, I mean, like a big match, like a long match. He played against Caruana and Nepomniachtchi only in this tournament. So maybe this is the least interesting for him to repeat that kind of match.
Among all of the players in the tournament, I think the only one is missing. I mean, 7 players out of 8 won at least one classical game against him.
Yes, Rapport number one, I think.
But I'm not quite convinced that Duda had, because I remember Duda knocking out Carlsen in the previous World Cup, but I don't recall him winning a classical game, so probably he is not in Chigorin Club yet.
But I also think that Rapport never won a
No,
classical
no,
game.
he won a game against Carlsen and Vaikonze maybe a couple of years ago when
Ah,
he
okay.
like when he had a very big like rating improvement, maybe like from 2710 to 2760 or 70
Ah,
something.
okay.
No, no, Rapport already did it. Ding already did it. Caruana did it not even once. Nepomniachtchi did it many times, despite being beaten 3.5 to 7.5. Radjabov did it in 2013, but I'm not sure. Like it was King's Indian, it was in Shamkir, and Carlsen was 2882 rated at that point. So he was on his peak, and I'm not quite convinced he won a reigning against the reigning world champion, but he won a game against Carlsen. I'm pretty sure. But probably Alireza is the only one who is missing. And
Yeah.
and for and I mean, so it's also weird that he was like his statement, his willing was only to play Alireza in the World Championship match. Only the guy who haven't beaten him once, so he probably might he'd like to give him that sort of opportunity to beat him at least once in classical game.
No, I don't think this is the reason. The reason is just that Firouzja is young and he had like a strike up to the top. And objectively, like Carlsen believes that Firouzja is the one who may like be a competitor or who can be like someone who would also like reach what Carlsen did.
Hmm.
So I think rather it's a trust about the future perspectives
Probably,
of
yeah. Alireza
Firouzja
is the only one in this tournament who is sort of comparable to
with
his own
Carlsen.
achievements. Yeah, to
Yes.
Carlsen.
At least at this age. I don't know how strong was Carlsen in the particular age of Firouzja by rating. This I don't know. I didn't follow it, but I guess it's at least
I
comparable.
think he crossed 2800 mark. Yeah, probably we can discuss it in the chat. I think like the spectators do have the like the sources. I believe 2008 or 2009 was the
Mm.
first year when um, yes, by yeah, so it means that Firouzja probably overcame Carlsen's result because he crossed 2800 line um,
Earlier, I
like
also think that
a
he
year
did
ago. Yeah,
earlier. So speaking of the devil, we say maybe we should look what is Nakamura-Firouzja doing.
yeah, I agree. Well,
Some things have changed.
yeah, so I think Nakamura followed your advice and took on f6 at once. Not for
And
d6 he played bishop b3. But frankly speaking, I had an opportunity to look at least uh, the top lines of a very, very weak engine on like the iPhone app on Chess 24, and it
mhm.
says that bishop e6 is also a considerable option. So bishop b3, like a more like a very human-looking attempt to control the square on d5, obviously not
Mhm.
keeping the tension. Knight e7, and probably aiming f5 or either d5 or in castle. And now it's a very crucial point in terms of how the game will go further. Um, whether Firouzja plays d6, d5 or f6, f5.
Well, I would try f6, f5 just for means of structures because that at least would. Okay, but maybe f5 is actually more risky because of ideas like knight g5, queen
Yeah,
h5,
yeah,
queen
yeah,
h5.
and actually there is a crazy line that, and it's pretty much forced after bishop takes, pawn takes, knight g5. So I think I don't believe, yeah, if king d6 7, then there is knight f7 at least. You play queen d7, then first I make a check on h5, forcing you to play knight g6. Then I play knight takes e6, and then I win a
Mm-hmm.
pawn.
Yeah.
Pretty much a healthy pawn. By all means, f6, f5 is not an option. Like there for because it's been refuted directly. Obviously, from the human's perspective, f65 is considerable option, and all the time you try to get rid of the double pawns.
Mm-hmm.
And from the logically speaking, it's an improvement for the side who manages to trade the pawns who is further from the center than than the central
Yes.
pawn is.
Central pawns have much bigger meaning because of central control and stability of the center. So for this reason, like if you can exchange f6 with e4, it's of course preferable over exchanging d6 with e4. But sometimes for tactical reasons, this can of course like not work well, and it looks a bit dangerous after like bishop e6 and knight g5.
Hmm.
On the other hand, can we play d5 here?
I believe we do.
Because here at least we don't have knight g5 for us. And not so many options for white, no? Like
Yeah,
if you
not really. So e takes d5, because yeah, I had a little thought of knight d2 just to protect the e4 pawn and take with the knight, but then there is d4, and
no, I had the thought about like d5 knight h4. And if you take on e4, then we can take on e6 and we have queen h5 check again.
wow, that's cool.
And just say like even like at some point if you lose this e4 pawn, if you can get the control of f5 square,
Hmm.
it's not so bad, because here it's not so clear how you. No, I think this one. You can after bishop e6 you can take on g1.
Hmm.
That's upsetting.
Yeah, so black is doing great there, obviously.
Yes, exchanging the queens with the weak king in the center is a dream. Knight
Still,
h4
somehow I
d.
believe knight h4 looks at least looks very tempting.
Yeah, if
So
you take, we can move the queen, but I'm not sure we have so many moves. Like queen h5, still you can take on b3 and even dare to say like you can perhaps take on c2 too.
I
Like
take
you
with the
can.
c pawn.
Yeah, but okay, now I can go bishop g7.
But then you're lacking development a little bit.
No, I mean like okay, but I have to anyway develop queen
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
a5.
So that's why I believe it's a
No,
very
it's
valid option for white.
of course.
Even queen g4. Like I'm not obliged to play queen g4, but even queen g4, after queen g4, white is just better.
Mm-hmm.
Like for many reasons. Probably castle mails to due to some tactical reasons, like immediately. Maybe rook g7, knight g6, knight f5, and the position looks just awful.
Yes, h4, h5 is coming. It's a one-man show.
Hmm.
I agree. Yeah,
I like
but
your knight
okay.
h5.
Yes, but d5 I think is not yet on the board, right? So
Not yet.
maybe Firouzja knows why. So it means that neither d5 or f5 are like totally sound.
Hmm.
Alternative option bishop g7, but then knight h4 is anyway coming, right?
Yeah, the whole setup looks a bit suspicious for black.
Yeah. No, but this could be that positionally speaking, like black is a little bit in danger.
Hmm. Yeah, for sure. Unless they solve the issue with the center, if they will be able to play d5 without any, I would say, severe consequences.
Damage, yeah. But principle, it would be to either push f5 or d5 to ease the pain in the center.
Hmm. So somehow it feels like Nakamura came up with a very wise positional decision, especially against young and like hot-tempered Alireza.
Yes, but I mean, like knight c6 is a move you usually don't do, and I mean, like just to play a move where you know there's a reason why this move is not played, only for like getting off the prep. Psychologically, like this is rather happening to young people than to older people, because older people would still believe in their lines and in their prep.
Hmm.
But since like Alireza was already like a little bit punished against Nepo with black, maybe he was so scared of another prep that he went off the shore with knight c6. But I think if you go off the shore, then maybe you go off the shore with still like an objectively good move.
Hmm.
And I'm not sure about knight c6 here, because the d5 square is not in the best shape.
Yeah, that's a very ambiguous question. So sometimes you want to take out your opponent from being prepared,
But then
and
you out prepare yourself.
yeah, yeah,
And you have to value the risks.
yeah, very unusual. It's a very unusual position in Sicilian with knight on e7, this pawn structure. Obviously, I had an opportunity to see like a very few games in this particular structure, but mm, I've never I never had any sort of idea what to do in these positions with black, because d5 or f5 look so natural, but then well we discovered that f5 may fall into a very concrete reason, and d5 as well after knight h5. Somehow started to feel that black is not doing great there.
Yeah, at least from the positional point of view.
Yeah, yeah. It's like the question is if d5, d4 looks anti-positional.
The first question is like, can I take on e6 and then throw in queen h5 check, and then you go like king d7, lack
Mhm.
of alternative, I would dare to say, and then
You have
well, even
c3.
c3. I mean, yes, c3 is probably like what worries me more than rook d1.
Hmm. Yeah, actually c3, this is the move I didn't like, didn't cross my mind. Like initially I thought that there is no idea at all after queen
And
h5,
then you
king
get king
d7.
c7, king b8, and you're the happiest person on the planet, right?
Yeah, yeah, obviously. Yeah, but c3 just cools us down quickly.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a great idea.
yeah.
So it means even d4 is not working. Like initially, um, I've only considered bishop d2 back, and still somehow I believe white is a bit better because of f2 f4 plan, bad pawn
Hmm.
structure on the king side, this f5 square. Like we didn't make any sort of clearance sacrifice, as I've been told by one very strong chess player. But even without this sacrifice, like white managed to take the control over f5 square, which is very important.
But you know, like after the move knight h4, if black doesn't move that pawn, like I'll stay with the pawn on d5, and I play something like bishop g7.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I can still play queen h5 and say you cannot move the guy on d5, and then like rook d1 is coming, and probably that pressure is too much after rook d1.
Yeah, without a doubt.
So it's also not what you want.
Yeah, somehow I believe in this, and I start. So I believe your prediction may come true, because you made a bet the on this
I met
game
the
being
bet on
decisive.
yes, I met the bet on two decisive games, and I like said Caruana will win, and I said like this one will be decisive without bringing up a winner.
Hmm. Yeah, that's been a very clever decision. Yeah, somehow I start to believe that White is doing much like so great. And once again, just in terms of easiness, in terms of like how effortlessly you can make the moves on the board, like White is exactly in that type of position where like you see the object if you are fighting for f5 and d5 squares, and knight h4 queen h5 can be pretty much blitz out, like no matter
Yeah,
of time.
true. So okay, what other interesting game we had? We had the game of Rapport against Ding, where we claimed that it is easier to play for Ding.
Hmm. Yeah, let's
Was
move on to that.
Yes. Let's see if there was some big change in the time we left.
All right, Rapport against Ding. Hmm.
Ah, he listened to you. Wow, this changed a lot.
Not, no, no, he listened to you, I have to admit, because he
Well,
played king h1 first.
yeah, but King H1 was like looking, okay, this is like King H1 was a move you actually use at chess. And I was thinking about that, but somehow I wasn't so happy about that move, but maybe lack of alternative. But Rook B7 is a move that would also not cross my mind. Okay, it's prophylactically protecting F7. So he was still in the kind of hope to take on G3, but actually, like I would always prefer knight F4 over taking on G3 because the bishop on G3 is not like a monster piece yet.
You would be surprised what you would figure out the next two moves. b4 knight c6, bishop b3, rook c7. That was the idea.
What? So Rook B7, Rook C7. You
Yeah.
know, like sometimes I believe that it must be great just to switch the brains with some of these top level players, you know.
Hmm.
But here in this particular case, I'm scared to see what is like running through their mind and like ideas because that is a kind of combination Rook B7, Rook C7, a very subtle maneuvering, which probably is not like that what I would come up with ever, you know.
Yeah, obviously. Well, probably he's been a very deep think, and he's been eliminating the possibilities in order from the worst to like less worse to the best. And like probably he's been considering some moves like f5, knight f4, knight g3, like the most logical ones. And then
I
like
think he's
excluding,
waiting. He was waiting. He
yeah.
was just waiting, and he was basically saying that Rapport is, I wouldn't call it Zugzwang, but at least I would call it like that's not so easy for Rapport to make moves well, like Black can just like really slowly like maneuver around the way he likes.
Hmm. And
But now he won a pawn, no?
yeah,
This,
finally he lured black to capture the pawn on c3.
yes, but this is like I don't see the much of a compensation unless you want to tell me like now I have something like f3 and claim some fun. But here even like g3 is interesting.
Hmm.
But you can take still with a pawn.
Can I?
And mm,
Probably yes.
I would say so.
Like f3, g3.
Pawn takes?
Yeah, pawn takes. I don't know how we can get use of the weakness of white's king. It's like, no, probably I've got it. Do we have some sort of this move?
Yes, I was thinking about like using the fact of
Like you take, play king h2, then knight e3. Yeah, at least we make it being very hilarious.
yes, the knights are jumping, but not sure these jumps are enough to claim queen e1.
Yeah, queen e1, and I'll just...
There's also queen h4 and queen e7 mate,
Hmm.
which might be not good news.
Yeah, I had an idea just to freak out and play rook g8, but then I realized it could have been too much. All right, so maybe it's a bit premature. But somehow I feel Ding is considering that sort of ideas, especially after f3.
But okay, after f3 also, like, it's interesting to see rook takes d3 as an option or not.
Yeah, yeah, obviously. Like, if you want to, if you imply the idea of mating on g3, after f3, you have to keep an eye on knight f5 as well.
Mm-hmm. Ah, yes, and this kind of mating ideas of the suffocated, no, it's like the smoother or the smothered mate in English, right?
Oh, I didn't know.
Smoother, like when the knight is.
No, 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 but pardon me, like you can take on d8 still. It's
No,
not,
I know, it's not like I didn't claim it was made, but it looks a little bit like the smoother made.
yeah, yeah. That's funny, but he played knight d2. If knight d2 works, it looks even more logical because he develops his a bit passive knight on g1,
Mm-hmm.
probably preparing some sort of knight g3 trades.
So you have to take on d3,
Yeah,
I
so
guess.
what's wrong with rook g3? Let's figure it out first.
Okay, he claims that the rook is trapped. That's for sure.
This is something I'm not worried about because after queen c2, I thought we can even
You
take on
take.
b5.
Mm-hmm.
And like, despite the fact being exchange up, black has a pair of pawns, they have a pair of bishops, and materially speaking, I don't consider them as the side with like the
Mm-hmm.
shortage of material.
True. No, I absolutely agree.
I don't, maybe we have to pull out the bishop to b7. I don't know, because probably bishop e7 is a potential threat. I don't know. Yeah, so but at least it looks very very playable for both sides.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but what else after rook g3? But he opted for rook c7 instantly. So there's probably might be a very
Maybe
certain,
just, well, I think after bishop takes e7, how you will take back?
probably with a king.
Well, there's lack of alternative, right?
Hmm.
Because if you take with the queen, queen c2 is annoying.
Yeah, that's
Just
correct.
so. Okay, let's say king takes. Queen c2, I guess. You take, you take.
Hmm.
And it's not so clear, like, okay, you have an exchange down, your king on e7 is not like a genius.
Hmm.
The c file is still open. Yes, but even here, like, knight g3, and then f takes g3.
After knight g3, I would rather suggest knight g7.
Yes, I know, but here you have to, like, at some point even like calculate all these sacrifices with rook takes a6 and knight takes f5, but probably it doesn't
Oh.
work.
Hmm.
But f takes g3
Yeah, I
is.
suppose to take with the f1. Yeah, that's a very interesting position indeed.
It's not so clear. I mean, like, black obviously has enough pawns and compensation, but still not easy.
I believe if I gave you the opportunity of capturing, like giving
Hmm.
the exchange back on f5, you will like do it without any doubts.
Yeah, that's true.
And now, once again, like practically speaking, not knowing what is the certain evaluation is, probably this position is a bit easier to play with white because of the weakness of black's king. Like obviously it's being guarded by a wall of the central pawns, but like rook f5 will be like a very clear way to destroy the like the guard for the king.
Yeah.
So rook c7 is played.
Yes, it makes like a bit more sense. Why to take a second pawn and like sacrifice the exchange when you can play rook c7 and claim I have a pawn up?
Hmm.
Prove it.
Yeah.
Practically very understandable.
I believe Rapport will try to get use of the weakness of c file just after trading the rooks. Like maybe he'll still play queen b3 and then rook a or rook f c1, just getting rid of the active rook on c7 and like showing off that it's not that easy to play with black pieces. Because if you play castle, then your king gets even more exposed. I think I can try out some sort of f4 or f3, maybe
Mm-hmm.
f4,
F4
even
like even more,
more
yeah.
more ambitious.
But okay, what are the alternatives to short castle? How you want to take like protect f7 pawn?
Well, there is some rook h7, which obviously look too artificial.
Yes, I seriously see like a lack of. Well, 1 second, I have an idea. Not sure it works. Like if I play bishop e6, I give back the pawn and I claim that I exchange. Ah, no, I don't exchange queens. You can go queen b3 back. No, no, this is retarded move. Mm, the knight cannot move at all. Wait a second. Looking for tactical tricks. They're not existing.
Yeah, probably like initially we should put more focus on castle because that's the most natural option.
This is like, I think this is the only option I can see.
Yeah, and then after f4 we have a plenty of opportunities. Like at least to consider. Not to make, but
Mm-hmm.
at least to consider. Like bishop e3 is even a move.
Yes.
Somehow I suspect white will not hesitate sacrificing a piece on it, d2. Especially after f takes e5, which emphasizes the pressure on f7 after bishop d2, probably bishop f7 just leading to a winning position. For f4, in that case,
You know,
like,
we were so much convinced that black had a nice position, but now I would say like that's actually quite difficult.
yeah, to be honest, like rook b7, rook c7 looks so weird, and I mean, everything we've tried to like explain at least some sort of idea connected with that. I mean,
Yes, the idea was to grab a pawn and then get in trouble. I mean, from the practical point
yeah,
of
visibly yes. So funny. I mean, it's funny enough that he just took with a pawn, while he could have taken with c pawn.
so he just say like take it, but
Like he took on b4 and they received more or less the same position, but the difference is white have a couple of extra tempos because they already developed the knight from g1 and they have an opportunity to play queen b3, and now they have an open a file, and this the extra pawn on a6 simply matters nothing.
okay.
So I believe like the computer will be just laughing at me, but Rapport himself, probably after Ding's decision to take on c3 and retrieve the rook, like
I
retrieve
think
the rook.
Rapport is very happy with it. I mean, like now I would be very happy with White's position.
Yeah, obviously. Unless we are missing something important on the queen b3.
Well, queen b3, f3. I mean, like moves like that. I mean, even like immediately f3 could be interesting.
Hmm.
In general, like it's not like that queen b3 is. I mean, the question is, do I need queen b3 if f3 also forces you to short castle because you don't really have an option but to protect f7, right after f3, and then
That
I
is
could
quite
claim that
risky.
my queen on d1 could actually be quite good there in terms of fitting indirectly on h5
Hmm.
knight. But to sum it up, white is probably like happy.
Yeah, Rapport is rocking every game. Sometimes it doesn't pay him off, but
Do you remember what I told you at the beginning of the commentary, like maybe in round 2 or round 3, that I think that the risk level will significantly increase in the second half depending on the score? And now you see like that Ding is grabbing strange pawns and Caruana is like running on the king side like a maniac in a way.
Hmm.
So it that their style actually changed. Their risk level increased significantly, and those guys like who believe they don't have a chance anymore, which is like Rapport and Duda, they might actually now be the ones to benefit from this approach, you know.
Aside we've got the first result of the day. No,
I
I mean,
really
not really fitting your words, but I agree. I tend to agree that in other games, the level of risk has risen a lot, but not in case of Jan Nepomniachtchi, who is leading solely, being a full point ahead of the other group.
But I can tell you, maybe he has seen what craziness is going on in Caruana's game and in Ding's game, and he was convinced these guys will not score today. They will rather like run against the wall, so why I should bother and I just have a quick day in the office.
Yeah, like that's a very rare phrase I know in French because I'm not very familiar with French language at all. I just know some words, and I've been told that there is a very like famous like economic uh, like principle, a very a famous quote like it says like laissez faire. It means like let it go simply. And
Mm-hmm.
probably Nepomniachtchi opted for the same. Um, I mean,
Phrase. Yeah.
yeah. Just I'll make my quick draws. I just let this tournament go. Uh, Absolutely
Well,
insane.
yes, but that's actually like what is a good strategy in a way, saying like, okay, why to bother? I will just wait and see.
Hmm. All right, so we've got the first result of the day. Nepomniachtchi, mm, yeah, opting for a very not him opting for a very safe line, but Radjabov decided to prove that it is a forced draw with black. In this particular line in Catalan with d takes c4 and b5.
Mm-hmm.
It became very popular now, but I'm a very different style of player. Probably that's why I will never be playing candidates because I would never opt for the same sort of line with black pieces because it's just impossible to win, like in any sense.
By the way, like Rapport played f4 instead of f3.
I mean, it's basically it is the same
No, it's not.
in terms of g takes f3.
Well, like the thing is like after f3, you have to react with a pawn on g4
Hmm.
because of f7. After f4, you can
Let it go.
well, like at least we have the option of f6.
Yeah, that's a little difference indeed.
I mean, this is the only difference I can see, but it's a difference, and the question is like how. I mean, of course, you can take on e5, and I have to take well, but now I can take on d5, and that's the difference. At some point, I might have this move, and this could be important. Or I first play d takes e5, and if you take on f6, I take, and then I have knight e5 at the end.
Yeah, I believe d takes c5 is a bit more precise because after f takes c5, maybe it's not bad, but you have to take into account d takes d6.
Yes, that's why I said like maybe first we take on e5 and we claim that f6 is not hanging, as we just take, and then we have knight e5 with an
No, no,
attack.
no, 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 but pardon me, maybe it's a very nice way to provoke your opponent. Play knight e3, g takes c7, then queen d3.
Also looks tempting, but in any case, I think that there is a difference between f4 and f3, and I prefer f3 because it reduces the option.
Maybe after the 3, like the only reason why he decided to opt for f4 is that after f3, black has an extra option instead of taking on f3 with the pawn.
But what is the extra option?
That's a good question.
Because if we now play f6,
Yep.
I have the extra option, I can still open up the FL.
Yeah, I understand. But then if you take on g4, I have an intermediate knight g5. Probably,
Okay, but maybe I don't have to take on g4 immediately because that move doesn't run away, and I can calmly play like bishop b3.
yeah, bishop b3.
But then you have knight g6.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe this is all not so easy as it looks.
A little mind games. Like at the first glance, after f3 or f4, both black have to take on f3, but it's important to calm down in that type of positions, which look messy at the first glance, but still you have to show up some patience and some like good, very like calm mindset.
Yes, so it's not as simple. True.
f4, f6 is played. Like f takes e5, and we assumed like both knight d5 and g takes e5 as a valid moves. G takes e5 we didn't consider, like we didn't analyze yet.
Yes, but I mean that's what I said. Like if you take on f6, I can just take rook takes and take on d5, and we win material. So actually, like I still prefer f3 over f4 because after f3, like if you play f3 and he plays f6, at least I could take on g4 at some moment, and this would maybe be more helpful. Because taking on e5, if the pawn takes from the d point, then the d5 is even hanging and d3 might be hanging. So this is clearly an improvement for black. Whereas if I open the f file with f takes g4, apart from the bishop who will develop, you don't get the advantage of the d file. But okay.
Yeah, you have mentioned correctly that after bishop f6, black has just to capture knight d5. But means that rook f6 also has to be considered.
Yeah.
Because now with knight d5 there is rook f8 and things getting very, very messy. Or rook e6 even. Just not to develop the rook from
The rook,
h8
yes.
and to distract the attention from a6 pawn.
Okay, but probably like I should just take that guy on f6. If you give me the exchange, I'll take it and then I will play short castle.
Somehow I believe even this line is not over yet after knight
No,
e3.
even this line is not over yet, I guess. Even so, like, how's the material?
Yeah, you level
Material,
up the material. Yeah, but I have to play queen e1. No, that's all right.
yes, and there's queen h4 always, but even that.
So you said we can take and
And okay, no castle I can't play.
no castle. Yeah, that's the point.
Rook f8? Oh, you take on e5, hang on. But then I take on d5. Then I will take on d5 and take happily the rook e7. You have very bad knights, Dani. Like the knights are currently very bad.
Yeah, they're very bad, but they may develop quite quickly. Let's say if you play rook f7.
No, I want to play rook e7, not to lose the tempo, not to allow you knight e4, stuff like that.
So you're provoking me to play d4 and weaken the e4
Then I will
square.
take on d5.
All right.
And I even give the exchange back if I play bishop e7 or something like that.
Yeah, after rook e7, I agree. Somehow black has to be fine, at least, maybe better. Because after rook f7, my idea, to be honest, was just sacrifice the queen back after knight e4.
Yes, but I never want that queen, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
I even would like to take on d5 here instead, but then there's knight e6 check, which you have to calculate, but even that is not so fair.
Yeah, we are more sacrificing players than...
It's good that we sacrifice for them because it's always easier to sacrifice in other games.
f takes e5 is played.
Yeah,
And
he will not have a choice.
Yeah, that's a crucial
point.
point.
He has a choice. He can take on d5.
Like intuitively speaking, I feel your d takes e5 is a better option than knight e5. Because at least in the final position, like without doubt, white is the side who has to show up with some preciseness. But after knight d5 is just, I mean, it's so double-edged. Well, you can take the pawn,
Knight
right?
e4 is also coming.
Yeah, knight e4.
That's and if you play the queen takes t5, I can even like okay, knight g3 is an option even. First to
Hmm.
exchange that knight and then to play h takes g3 and claim like I will take f6 with a piece which is more painful for you.
Yeah, this position looks very active for white. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
This is what black can be worried about.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so we've got a real mess between a real fight, like on boar fists between Rapport and Ding, and d takes e5 is played. Yeah, that's what I've told. I believe this is a bit safer option.
Yes.
So I mean, despite going all in, it's not a bad decision to diverse your risks at some point.
Okay, I mean, like objectively speaking, Rapport and Duda, they already know that they have no chance to win the tournament anymore.
Yeah,
Whereas Caruana, obviously, and Ding still have some hopes.
yeah, obviously, I agree. But imagine scoring +2, like winning 5 consecutive games, like even like not qualifying for the match and standing as a second, like
Yes, but I
taking the
mean, like we
silver.
know yes, but we know the price fund. The price fund for Dutch guys, like if the first price is 48,000, but okay, you get the match, and this is a different story. The
Mhm.
second price is how much? 38, 35.
It's not a lot for that level in the.
I wanted to say like for these guys, it's nothing, It's like it's not like,
Yeah, like the only thing that they have to take into account is the ratings. And I think it would be, and especially, yeah, I think like implying the regulations of Grand Chess Tour, like the top players who have like best rating combined, I mean combined in 3 types of chess, Blitz, Rapid, and Classics, receive the right to play like this Grand Chess Tour or Magnus Tour, I don't remember exactly.
okay.
So in
Okay, this
terms
I
of
didn't know.
future invitations and future like mm, like incomes, it, it is not like senseless just to give up playing in this tournament just to win a pair of a couple of games.
Yes, this is true.
So
So
there's,
maybe,
yeah,
yeah.
go ahead.
No, I thought like that maybe like it's time to move again to Caruana because this is the other game which we can call like all in
Hmm.
before we go for another break.
Hmm. Yeah, let's move to Caruana. Duda against Caruana. And I barely see the slider of the evaluation slider. And somehow it tells that it's even in white's favor.
No,
And
this slider is just a visible error. I can tell you, it's not. It can never be in White's favor. This position, like,
all
give
right.
me a benefit for White here.
Like then if I knew that it is true, that's like the computer evaluates this position in white's favor, I would be trying proof like the
Actually,
yes.
the funny thing is like that the color is white, but when you click on the engine, actually, it's not showing any advantage for White, even though the color is totally white. So it's some kind of graphical mistake, I would
Well, yeah,
say.
this I mean that's curious because I saw not even once I've mentioned the coincidence between the result and the light of the slider. So yesterday when 3 games were won by white pieces, the
Hmm.
slider was like absolutely all white. So then I pointed out for myself, I marked out that probably the slider is not lying at all. So it's pretty much demonstrates the current situation on the board. But then you just proved me wrong, and now I have to like adjust my to I have to rethink to
Yeah.
reconsider my, yeah.
Yes, but okay, just by the visible part of this position, like the first thing when you evaluate the position is a king safety,
Mhm.
clearly plus for black. The second thing is structure. Okay, some people actually like argue between structures like or material, but okay, the materials anyway equal and structural wise, uh, usually would say that the double pawn like would be a rather like a small minus. But first of all, like we have space advantage for black, I would dare to claim. Second of all, the double pawn is in the center, which gives additional squares. So even there, I would see a small plus. A clear minus for black is knight on a5, which is not doing anything.
Mhm.
And this is the only benefit white can actually have, is that the knight on a5 is misplayed. But objectively speaking, the knight on h2 and on f3 are only serving as defensive pieces.
Yeah,
So from the evaluation point of view, it must be better for black.
yeah, that's pretty fair. And consequently, especially according what you've said, I'd like to underline the minuses, the cons for the black's position after taking on a6, b takes a6. Yeah, I found it hilarious to check d4, d5.
Why not? It's like conquering the central control of d5. It's whenever like you can like control a central square, it's of course like something you should check.
But you know, like if it doesn't work out immediately, then it will be just a huge positional mistake
But I
because
have knight b7 and knight c5 ideas, no?
yeah.
I play knight b7, you take on e6, I make something
Hmm.
prophylactical against e7 threat, and that's it.
So my main idea was to take on e6 and then to protect this pawn playing h4 and knight g5. So that was my idea, and I'm very
But
curious
after
whether it
h4, I can
worked.
take.
Yeah, I'll take with the pawn. I will take with the g pawn. Of
Oh,
yeah, it
and go
looks
for the sacrifices.
yeah, it looks disgusting for white. I agree, but I'm very curious whether this idea just works like on the spot.
Okay, d5. Let's assume I go knight b7.
Hmm.
I go king h8.
Well, I won't be sharp-minded. I'll just play what I've
I
said.
take.
Yeah, I take with the pawn.
And now I think. So
Yeah,
your
like
next move
if you
is knight g5.
yeah, if you take on a6 with a knight, I'm busted. I agree.
I mean, there's of course knight c5 to be checked. There's even knight d8 to be checked to claim that I can take f2 pawn.
Hmm.
You know, it looks so suspicious.
Yeah, I agree. Somehow it doesn't stop me from checking this particular line.
If I play queen f4 even.
I saw that the exchange sacrifice would rather suit your style of play. Probably you've just
I
checked it
mean, like,
already.
like at some point, like, you know, like I was working with Steve Yakov and he gave me a very strong lesson of life. When you have a better position, there is no need to sacrifice because the moment you sacrifice, you need to prove. So
Yeah, but
before you sacrifice, you better check other options, you know, where you don't need to prove anything.
then we have to conclude that black is better
Actually,
to
but
prove the
we said
theory.
this, but we said at the beginning that black should be better.
All right. Well, let's try to make some sort of refutation, but it's
You
not that
can play knight f3 and then claim that the knights are protecting each other, which is actually
like this
no,
one.
the other knight.
No, but
No,
this one I think is not a great idea because of Fuji 5. I think I'm just losing.
I guess I can't do this tactically. True.
And if I play Rook G1, you have a plenty of options. You can take even on F2, but maybe Queen H4 is better decision.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's a bad. It was a bad idea. I agree. Too too sharp.
Okay, we can at least say by feeling that this shouldn't work for white, or at least it's super risky.
Yeah, positionally speaking, always yeah, without a question. Yeah, you're probably right. So D5 is too artificial. too artful to say it precisely.
Yeah. But okay, it's clear that Caruana will try to use his chance because he needs to win if he wants to level the score in a way. Otherwise, it's like I think if he doesn't use his chance today against the weakest or those who are not in shape in the tournament, then like Duda is on that client list of
Hmm.
not being in shape.
Hmm.
I think that's the day he has to use if he wants to remain with a chance.
Yeah, obviously. Like, but then how
So,
many games with white does he have remaining?
well, we
Two?
have 4 games remaining, so it's 2 games, no?
Well, most likely yes, but still, like according to the pairings, there might be someone who has two whites in a row in the last round, last couple of rounds.
This I don't know. I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, I mean, neither.
So,
Well, apart from g5, like positionally speaking, taking on e5 would be a mistake because we're open up,
the D file.
yeah, the d file, but like on contrary, we give the freedom for black's bishop on a7.
But now you h4 move. Okay, probably you take again on h4, right? Whenever h4 is played, I will take on h4. I will not give it a square on g5 voluntary.
Mm-hmm.
At least not for nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, such a strange position.
Still, it looks, let's say, a bit suspicious.
I'm failing to create a threat for the white's king after g takes h4. So you need to emphasize the pressure on f-file, but rook g4, rook f4 looks a bit long. Well, still you can play rook g4 for all this.
Yes, but the question is like, do you need any like to rush here in a way, depending on how strong is knight g5 as his right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if I have time, I would go bishop c5, I would take on b5, I would play b6 and knight b7 and knight e6, and I would be happy, but it's a long way to do that.
Yeah, and white can opt for a counterattack on the g file.
Yes,
Play
no,
just
I
f1.
understand. I just like meant this
G
could
takes
be.
e5 is played.
Yes, he has to do something.
And this is a very crucial moment of the game.
And probably like here,
h4 is played.
yes, okay, but this is like what we are not so bad today.
We're not so bad at all. Not even today. Not only today.
Hmm. Yes, but okay, we will probably see like taking on h4,
Mhm.
and then after g takes h4, it will be interesting. And it will be a moment for Caruana definitely to use some time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think that he has an alternative because g4, knight g5 is not
Yeah, seemingly not. So g
seemingly
takes
not.
h4, g takes h4, and I expect
I expect
Caruana
Caruana
spending.
some time.
Yeah,
And this would be actually also a good moment for us to spend some time.
yeah. I'll write down that quote. Yeah, that's a good way to go over the break.
Yes, that's like, like if like our game or the guy in charge is spending some time, it's good for us as well to spend some time
Yeah.
off the board. But we can of course wait for g takes h4, even so like it would be surprising if it is another move.
No,
But
I expect g takes h4 quite
I don't expect
instantly.
that. Yeah. But still this game will be it will be a very important game because as I said, if Caruana doesn't score today, I see very little chances. Very, very little chances. Is he
Seemingly
playing
yes.
like he played Nepomniachtchi twice already or not? I mean, like I remember he
I
played
think
recently.
yes. So
Yes,
their last game was
the
yesterday, where
draw
it was
yesterday.
Petrov, and the
As
first
was
one.
round 9. Yeah.
Mhm. And I just to mention, once I remember Nepomniachtchi leading solely on rapid World Rapid Championship back to
Mm-hmm.
2013, and he was 1.5 points ahead of the the following group. The group was following him, and he failed to take the gold.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not trying to convince you that you have to be that superstitious and expect Nepomniachtchi to like spoiling uh like that sort of like just he has a tremendous advantage, no doubt. I mean, and obviously the ratio of somebody chasing him down is quite low. But once in a lifetime, there's been such an like accident where Nepomniachtchi failed to like convert his like tournaments advantage.
So, but okay, this was the past. Now these guys are old and experienced. So GTEC stage 4 was on the board, GTEC stage 4 was played, and I guess it's a good moment like to let Caruana think and to use that time for some tea. So we will be back shortly, and we hope that you will stay with us for more predictions over the boards, and we will see you soon.
See you.
Welcome back, everybody. We are resuming to the game of Duda against Caruana because we assumed that Caruana is in a sort of must-win situation, or at least slowly approaching to the must-win situation. And we left the game after g takes h4, g takes h4, and now we had a new move in our break, which was bishop c5, likely trying to, at some point, get b6, knight b7, knight d6 maneuvering taking
Mhm.
place.
Yeah, probably he simply aims to take on b5 and play b6,
Mm-hmm.
and obviously he needs to pull out the bishop first. So he already pulled it out, and then after rook g1, yeah, it's like rook g7 is probably a threat, but still I would consider a takes b5 first.
Yeah, that's of course like we have to check like rook takes g7 and knight g5 as one option.
Or
Or rook g1 and rook d7 is another option. Let's say knight g5,
knight
then I
g5 is
have
more
at least,
flexible, I agree.
yes, I have then queen e2, I have rook d7. I'm not even sure you can take on b5.
No, probably
Looks
not.
looks
Looks
very
ugly.
dangerous.
hmm
Uh, so you can play something prophylactical, I guess, like okay, rook f7 also doesn't look nice. Bishop d6, perhaps, yeah.
But that is somewhat unpleasant for any sort of player, readjusting
Yeah,
yourself to
to a worse square, but
passive
this would just
defense. Yeah.
yes, but this would just mean that actually white is much not white is much better, but like white is on their push.
And Caruana played bishop g6. Wow.
Caruana played like bishop.
d6.
He seriously played that move.
No, but wait, pardon me. I just want to clarify, just to put all things in order. Is it correct that Caruana has only 40 seconds on the clock?
Let me check that on a different page just to be sure.
Because
I
if
don't
yes, I think we should uh, like watch this game pretty closely because it could be like probably like the most decisive game of all tournaments. Because if
uh no, Caruana has sorry, but he has 12 minutes on the clock.
now I see it's readjusted, but still not a lot of time.
Yes, I mean we can stay a bit with the game, but it looks to me like if you have to play a move like bishop d6, it basically means like you're in trouble.
Yeah, obviously.
And there's no even like a close discussion to how much in trouble you are, but you're in trouble.
Yeah.
But this means like okay, after rook g1, like I have the g file and I have the d file to come up with. So he tries to block the d file by bishop d6. But the bishop, of course, on the diagonal was much better. And like while black was adjusting his pieces in not a good way, white achieved a lot by conquering the square on g5, having a safer king. So somehow, like I wonder where was a mistake. Maybe rook f8 was not necessary.
Like probably it wouldn't be a pleasant comparison to Caruana fans, but like he had a bishop on a7, but then it converted into a pawn on d6.
Mm. But maybe we should go back a little bit and wonder like what he could have done differently because like I think the moment like d takes e5 and h4 was played, there was no choice anymore. So we should go back even to before d takes e5 and
Mhm.
wonder about this position maybe. Maybe here it was wiser to do something prophylactic against the plan of opening up and then having h4 to come.
For some reason, those knights on h2 and f3, obviously they look a bit passive, but then I realized that they're making some sort of lock. So they're protecting against both h4 and g4,
Mm-hmm.
and as we see in the game, they shouldn't be underestimated in terms of counterplay on g file. So probably, like from the very beginning, and sometimes it happens like that, that you feel like the position like has to be quite pleasant for you, and the upcoming moves seem to be quite natural, but then
At
like
some point, you
it's
realize that
yeah, yeah,
you can't
it somehow
press.
reminded me King's Indian defense. Like you have a very pleasant position with some like visible, like optically visible attacking chances, but then it starts fizzling out and you've got busted.
Yeah,
That's actually a very similar case in my point of view.
it
Like
seems.
I'm not quite convinced where it started to fizzle out. Knight g5, knight 1 h2. This is somewhat we've predicted, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Rook g6.
But okay, G3 is like no, G3 is not yet a threat, but it can become a threat, so you have to do something
Yeah,
about
so
that.
d4 and g3 basically a threat, so rook g6 has to be played anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been made pretty fastly, so it means that he didn't even consider other options.
Yeah, so D4, H5, G3, Queen F6. This is all more or less forced actually.
Mm-hmm,
Bishop C5. No, sorry, Rook AD1.
mm-hmm,
Okay, but Bishop G7, like okay, Rook G7 is prophylactic against the exchange on E5 and Rook D7, so it makes sense. I know the Rook E1 was played. No, Rook D1 was
rook
played.
d1.
Yes, and now maybe
Well,
at some point like I have to take on D4.
even there.
It's not like yes, I mean like of course like it's not what you want to give your opponent like the center, but at least not to open up so many files. But E5 is annoying coming
Mm-hmm.
in the game at some
Maybe
point.
I can even start with e5 at once.
Yes, I think
There
this
is
might
no
be.
probably there is no necessity to do it at all, but it's still a good option. If
Mm-hmm.
pawn takes, I think the position is still a little bit unpleasant for black to say the least.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a paradox of that type of position where white has a center, but black has an open file or some like visible attacking chances. But then, like, unless white managed to find appropriate setup in order to prevent from any sort of activity on the king side, mm, yeah, black will definitely receive a good position. But if they would be able to find that sort of setup, like knight h2 and knight f3, like
Mm.
absolutely locking down any sort of activity on the king side, then like in the long run, the position may become very, very risky.
Yeah. That's the thing about the counterattack on the center. Always is something very like dangerous to be aware of.
Probably that's why I'm not playing that sort of positions neither with white nor with black pieces because it's too complicated for me.
No, but that's what I meant in general, like about the pressure which must be felt by Caruana to be in a kind of must-win situation, and now it's going rather like the absolutely opposite way. Because I think like he would have never played such an aggressive style of a game if it was not the situation in terms of
Mm-hmm.
scores and rankings after round 9.
Mm-hmm.
So King H8 was played. Queen E2 is at least a pawn.
Queen e2, yeah, and a very principled move because
And
queen
I,
g6 or queen h6 looks way too passive,
mhm.
and queen e2 is also a double attack. So we are keeping an eye on a6 pawn as well.
The only question is if we should take first on A6, but then
Mm,
at least we can calculate queen takes F2, and this is maybe not necessary. I don't know.
well, not really. I think we're not. It's better to start with queen e2, in my point of view.
Yes, because then we have H5 pawn, which has to be protected.
Yeah. So let's say if we take on f2, then queen h5. Probably after king g8, knight e6, black is lacking checks, and now
Yes,
it's
I don't see anything
mhm.
true.
Queen e2, queen g6 is played. So basically, yeah. So now when the position became bad, like by all means, Caruana started yielding every kind of spot. So he played the bishop c5, bishop d6, yielding
Mm.
the tension on the diagonal. And now, after queen g6 is a very clear yield as well.
Yes, he's now in the kind of defensive mode, which is a clever choice. But the question is like, how bad is the position
Hmm.
in fact? But I mean, if I take now on a6, what's your response?
Well, good question. I don't believe black has stopped for b6 for many reasons.
Oh, well, then you would just play like with such a pawn on a6.
Yeah, you just take, and after queen a6, if you take on a6, I think I can play knight b3 and at least not to lose at once.
Mm-hmm.
Still, the position is lost, but
Mm.
I mean, the game is on. Like, black is simply worse tactically and strategically, both.
Yeah. No. But if Caruana would lose today, then it's actually almost game over, no? For I mean,
Well,
like
they all
Ding,
all
right? If Ding wins, then he's on +1, but still it's 1.5 points.
well, if Nakamura wins against Alireza, he catches with Caruana. They will be sharing the second
Plus
place.
one,
Yeah.
and if Ding wins, it's also +1.
Yeah, so before this particular game, before the game between Duda and Caruana, we've
Mhm.
uh like
At 1 point difference.
yeah, even with Nakamura having 50% score, I think it was like not obviously it's a bit controversial, but still we've evaluated Nakamura's chances to qualify as mm, like not unreasonable at all. So
Mm.
like after winning today, if he manages to win, but I'm failing to recall the position in his game against Alireza. So that will be our next game to follow after this
Yes.
one. Well, I mean, like I still believe in some sort of miracles that miracles can happen, especially in that sort of kind of circumstances when it is
Well,
Madrid.
honestly, like I don't think that any miracle will happen, and Nepomniachtchi will drop the first place. That would be. He's too experienced. He's too much like in a good shape. I mean, he will probably not lose a game,
Mhm.
and I don't doubt that someone is making 3 or 4 to 4.
Yeah, so I mean, like obviously it's like 1 point and 1.5 point is a huge gap.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, take into account the fact that he only has 2 games remaining with black pieces. So obviously nobody expects him losing with whites
Mm-hmm.
because he will definitely opt for something solid and never go all in, and he will be very fine. Just he will be okay with the pair of draws with white pieces, and like even if he loses once with black, it won't be a tragedy for him.
That's true.
Yeah, so the gap is like he leads with a wide margin for sure.
And he's unbeaten.
Hmm.
And I think he's the only player in the tournament unbeaten. Can that be?
Hmm.
Yeah, that makes his chances even higher. So maybe it's time now to go back because it seems like that uh, it's Caruana still thinking, right? I
Hmm.
know it's Duda thinking, but Duda is also just like 5 minutes. That's not true, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, if it is, we have to clarify it as well.
No, it's 25 minutes against 9 minutes.
Okay, so like the clock is just nonsense.
I don't know what is the clock about, but the clock is not going according to the
Hmm.
clocking speed in general. So maybe actually it's a good moment now to switch the boards because Duda will maybe spend a bit more
Agreed.
time.
To Nakamura against Firouzja.
Yeah.
Wow,
Quite some things
that's
changed.
sort of some sort of entertainment.
Some sacrifices of the exchange, but I
Now,
don't see
oh,
any.
we can invent a new, uh, well, how do we call it? So you've been telling me about the clearance sacrifice when we sacrifice a pawn, and then
Mm-hmm.
we receive the clearance, like we cleared out f5 spot for a knight, sacrificing an exchange.
Yeah. Okay, but there is this phrase: if there's a knight on f4 on f5, the game is half won.
Yeah.
So you see that I'm close to that.
Mm-hmm. All right, so let's figure out how the game developed. He took on b3. Wow.
Which makes sense because then he can play d5 without having the problem we saw after knight h4 and queen h5.
And it means that if then c takes d5, no, but c takes b3 has absolutely no sense because black will not be forced to take on e4 and
Yeah.
transpose to the same line we've
Mm.
took a look at. A takes b3, d5. Well, it has a clear sense, obviously. With the pawn on g7, probably black would be doing more or less fine. But with the double pawns and the weakness of f5 square, somehow I have a feeling that white is just better. So positionally speaking, knight bishop on e3 can never be taken. Rook e8. Yeah, that's a bit mysterious. I mean, the whole concept is just, yeah, black's position looks just disgusting. It's too weak.
Yes, but the question is for me, like, why did actually white need to sacrifice?
Let's
I
let's
mean, it
let's take a
happens
look.
later.
b5, c5.
Mhm.
Well, so b takes c4 is a threat, and probably he wasn't mm, ensured that knight d2 gives him the same level of advantage to say
Even so, I
effectively
like
speaking.
92, but okay, after 92, 97, it's not clear where you go. Okay, you have rook c5. So it's not
No,
like
but
it's.
then you can play knight d2, knight e7, then play knight e4. No, but maybe it's too much. Maybe it's too artful. Like it looks quite tempting, but probably it has no reason behind it. I
You
mean,
have f5 even, the move.
mhm. So
And d1 is hanging.
actually, c5, bishop f8, b4, knight
Mhm.
d4. That was the line.
And that's how you have to give the exchange.
So he even had an option to take a full pawn, a healthy one, with like rook 1 or rook 5 d4, but then he wasn't like confident about the follow-up. So
You remember what Shanklin said? If you sacrifice the exchange and your opponent has too many open files, then usually the open files would prevail, so the rooks are better. That
mhm.
could be the reason why he took on d4 instantly, not opening up the e file actually.
Yeah, fair point. Yeah, besides it was just a healthy pawn.
Mm.
But then somehow this e5 pawn can be like like a bad pawn in terms of protecting his own king.
Yeah, I mean, if there's no e5 pawn, it's probably not even bad for black.
Yeah, because they play rook e5 and just kick out the knight.
Yeah.
Rook d8 and like uh, specifically what you've said, according to what you've said, white is not in any sort of rush, and obviously they don't like voluntarily want to take on d8, so they keep all the rooks on the board because the rook on c8 is actually doing nothing.
Nothing. Usually, when you give up the exchange, it's good to keep one rook on the board.
Mhm.
So he played rook a1 already?
He played rook a1 already. Yeah, and I'm
Yes.
very curious what would happen after queen b4, because I believe there might be some sort of entertainment like bishop h6.
Bishop h6, you call it entertainment. I call it like something to worry about.
Well, I call it entertainment because I'm not playing this position with black pieces.
Yeah, good for you.
Yeah, good for me.
Like queen takes b2, bishop takes f8, and I don't care. I
Well,
just go
queen
all
b2, yeah, it would be reasonable, but even queen g4, like
queen
killing it
g4
off.
is probably like it's a bit more annoying, true.
Yeah, indeed. Rook c6, yeah, the most like stubborn way to protect the pawn, but maybe not the worst one. Probably stubborn in a good sense of the word.
So Bishop h6 here.
Bishop h6, but then like I'm forced to take with the knight. But probably it's not even a...
I have also knight e7 check. I mean, like, I have an option here.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, but
After, like, yes.
knight h6, I have nothing. I have no clue how black will respond because instead of king g7, there is no moves at all.
Yes, you have to play king g7.
And then we probably play knight f5 back, just
No, we play
intuitively.
rook a3.
Uh-huh. YOLO. Yeah, that's look great.
All in.
All in.
You can play rook d3. It's not yet over. You know, like, I would bet now on the draw, and probably there's some perpetual check we haven't yet seen. Like, you know, for example, like, I take on d3. Let's assume you take. I take on f7. You take on h6 and queen f8. It's not... I mean,
But you know, like practically speaking, I believe this...
maybe like I should, after rook d3, I should start if like this queen takes f7. I don't take on these d3, I start. You have to take, I go queen f8. You should go, I think, to g5 if you want to win. Queen g7. And if you don't play queen g6, I assume you are mated with g4, or I know you have no king f5. I can take on h7.
Wow,
That
that's cool.
doesn't. So it's a draw.
Swimming, but how
King
I...
g6.
Yeah, I can play king g6, but king g6, then you have queen e8.
Yes, but I would say that
There's likely a draw.
it's likely a draw because your king is like, I play king g7. Let's say I play to protect f6 pawn. You take on d3. I take on d3. You play queen c6. I give a check and play. Then if you like some check, and you king h2, and I go queen d4.
Somehow I believe it's still lost for black.
You think?
Yeah, I think so. But I mean,
Bishop
like,
h6, we will see it.
I think white shouldn't be in a hurry. Bishop h6 is played already. I think white is simply winning. I don't believe this position, and I assume white should keep the knight on f5 because I don't want to, like, my idea was to play knight f5 back, and if you play something like, well, I have king h8, which is kind of bothering me. Yeah, king h8 is a move.
Yes, no, I think actually this rook a3 looked nice.
Well,
And
rook
rook d3
d3.
is forced. And now we have some candidates, I guess.
Then we can try out knight f5. Just for a heck of it, I believe, like, intuitively that it has to be winning.
I would bet on a draw, but I haven't seen the evaluation, to be honest.
Well, like bishop h6, at least the line we've been briefly taking a look at. Yeah, bishop h6, knight h6, king g7. I play rook a3, so you play because you propose the move. Rook g3. I play knight f5. If you play king f8, I think queen h7 is winning. If you play king h8, I think queen h6 is winning.
Yes, this is crystal clear.
No, you still have this one. Well,
And queen f4.
but it turns out in the beauty I have rook g3.
And you claim that there's a mate after taking,
But
yeah.
you know it's unavoidable.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
It's mate. Mate is mate.
I mean, like,
Okay, but yeah.
white is only lacking an exchange. Black's king position is so exposed. We got very, like, huge knight on a5. The rook is doing nothing on c6. We have passed pawn on c5 protected one. Like there is too much pros for white.
Yes, and Firouzja is on 6 minutes for 13 moves.
Hmm. So the clock on in our broadcast doesn't lie. So it's just the same as in real broadcast, right? And then
Yeah, yes, it's now it's correct.
mhm. And Nakamura is about to score, I believe. And if not bishop f6, maybe we shouldn't take on h6 because like we probably don't have a direct threat unless there is some
F3?
f3 is a direct threat. Okay.
Well, not yet because you can still take on b4 and you claim that you protect the g4 square.
Wow.
Maybe my next move is not f3 but f4.
f4. Hmm.
Something like that. Or just rook a3 and rook g3. That's what I would say is a threat. Rook a3 is a threat. And with 6 minutes on the clock, it's not easy to defend, especially when you don't have an increment for the next moves.
Obviously not.
But actually, I also like had a look at the other positions. Also, like I think like we have 3 decisive games today. That's my bad now.
Can we take a look at Rapport against Ding?
Yes, that's what I meant. It changed a lot again.
Okay, let's take a look at Rapport against Ding. You bet.
It changed like in a way that it became very spicy and the king moved around.
King h8 is played.
In that game,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, obviously it has some sense. And if rook a3, yeah, rook a3 is played just.
It's very clever of like Nakamura. He knows that his opponent doesn't have time, so he doesn't want to give like his opponent time to think on his time.
Mhm.
So he immediately played rook a3.
Yeah, putting his opponent in time trouble situation.
Yes, there is
Like,
no check on d1. Yes, there's a check on b1. Doesn't help. Rook g3 is a threat. It's super difficult to defend that now.
yeah, alongside with the position is bad. Black doesn't have any time.
Yes, and this is, like somehow I think like that for Firouzja to play the knight off is not a good weapon in this tournament.
In this particular tournament, I agree.
Yeah.
Maybe it wouldn't be bad against, like, let's say even 2600 players because he's proven himself to be an either specialist, but like against these monsters, yeah, they look very merciless and like if you play an aggressive opening against e4.
It's difficult, let's say.
Mm-hmm. Well, I do expect Firouzja to resign in this position.
Well, what is the threat? Rook g3 and then?
Any move. Queen f7. Probably bishop g7.
I mean, like I don't see like an immediate killer, but
Well,
it looks like that it's
yeah.
like from the practical point of view very difficult to
You know, like
defend.
probably the appearance of f7 and f6 pawn even hurts black than helps them because rook cannot link to the king side to protect the king.
Yeah.
Well, okay, let's try some direct moves like rook d1, king h2, queen. No, but queen e1 probably doesn't give
But
anything.
rook d1 I can even take on d1.
I don't know, pardon me, no, it was a blunder. So, but if I start with queen e1, king h2, and then play queen f2.
Mm-hmm. Rook g3.
Yeah, rook g3 or rook f3 with a tempo. Let's say rook g3, I like it. Like, probably after queen f5, black doesn't look that devastating, but obviously their position is just worse. because f6 is protected yet.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
like
maybe we have
yeah, like
other
rook
moves.
d3 is winning immediately. We're taking the control over the d file. I agree.
And this d5 pawn is a match winner.
Mhm. Right, after rook g3, we didn't create a certain threat yet. Black can try out no, rook d1, queen d1 all the time, so it doesn't work. Yes, so like practically white is an exchange down, but really
No, but
they're
it's much easier for white. I mean, like, and yes, this is poor guy doesn't have much time. Like, let me check. He has 1 minute 28, and how many moves he has to do?
when b4 is taken.
Yes, but this is like the kind of, there's a rule when you have a losing position, you have to grab material on a
Hmm.
chance
Hmm.
and hope that it will help you
Yeah, and pray.
and pray.
Like
Yes,
eat love and pray. Eat pawns and pray not to
not to lose
not
this.
to, not to not to be beaten.
And one, no, but he has. Sorry to say that, but he has 40 seconds, 46 seconds left for 10 moves.
Yeah, let's wait for it.
That's. I mean, I'm not even sure you can physically do that.
No, well, I don't believe it will take more than 4 seconds to make any like a move.
Yes, but imagine like you make a move which is complicated. I mean, like
Yeah,
here I
yeah,
have
yeah.
some choices.
Yeah, so practically speaking, like the only chance if Nakamura blunders in one.
Okay, the thing is like that here, of course, in this position, you have, in my opinion, like not so many candidate moves. You have rook g3 only. I don't see another one.
Okay, you can start with um can you start with king h2? Yes, I can, but it has no
But
sense.
then
You
you
can
can
take.
take on h6 maybe,
Hmm.
no? And have
Yeah,
queen f4 check.
rook g3 will be played for sure.
Mm-hmm. Of course, like what Nakamura is doing now, he's spending his time if he sees that if he has another move which comes as a surprise. No, he took on f8.
Probably he took on f8 because if rook g3, then black has some practical chance. And then no, but then like he could win the game in style after queen b4, rook g3, because
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure Firouzja was luring for rook g3 and this position. But then he can play rook g8, and
And
this is
then
GG,
bishop g7, yeah.
and this is GG. Like
But I
knight,
don't think that this like this. I'm sure that Nakamura has seen.
probably he just opted for a way easier decision.
I mean, Queen h6 was played.
Yeah, yeah, rook g8, rook g3, and like the mate is unavoidable.
And Queen h6 and yes, and Rook g8.
Hmm.
Yeah, this is just the easiest.
Yeah, that's game over. Yeah, he still managed to win in style. Yeah, just a brilliant game by Nakamura strategically. Uh,
Mm-hmm. Especially like to sacrifice the
mhm.
exchange without taking the pawn.
Yeah, yeah, he didn't hesitate to sack an exchange, and he was very, very precise in terms of um, converting the advantage. F takes g3, I think is played, and I think Firouzja is just like he lost some time, but his position, his gating made it like any inevitably.
Yeah.
Great game by Hikaru. Back to +1, I believe. So after losing his game against Radjabov, uh, as well as Rapport a round ago, he managed to bounce back just in the very next game.
Yes, this is like how it should be.
Hmm.
I mean, in terms of good psychological mental strength.
Yeah, yeah. According to Peter Svidler, probably yeah. So if you bounce back with a victory after losing a game, it's even better than making two draws in a row.
That's true. So maybe we go back to Ding Liren. We haven't been there for a long time,
Hmm.
but they met the time control. No, they didn't make the time
Yeah,
control
such
yet.
a great game. By the way, I think in terms of Positional decisions, I think this is so far one of my favorite games in this tournament because I really appreciated the way how he, I mean, like while he sacrificed the exchange, he didn't. I think he didn't even consider taking the pawn back. So I like this his decision to play 94, 95 so much.
No, I mean, like, of course, it was. But as I said, like this Firouzja, like psychologically, maybe he's too young. But knight c6, you don't play a move just to basically be off the preparation when you know objectively it's a bad move.
Yeah, I agree. And I can imagine like the old gits, the old school players would be would blame Firouzja for that sort of opening. I mean, like just take a look at the position and see how like black is almost destroyed. So they don't have a light squared bishop. They have f5, g5 weak squares. They're lacking development. Well, I, I, I imagine so much like a player, let's say, of the level of like who were like a very strong forebears. Like I mean, in the world of chess, like Polugaevsky, Geller, some like Miguel Naidorf. I wouldn't imagine Naidorf receiving that sort of position in his own opening after move 13.
Yes, but I think like really, it's a matter of like, I mean, even so, like Firouzja had like the strike of his life last year.
Hmm.
Age matters, and I mean, like age especially matters when it comes about this kind of decision making and the openings in terms of like deviating from a home prep. And what like Firouzja did with knight c6, I'm sure that nobody in this tournament would have done that, just for
Hmm.
the matter of fact that they're too old to understand
Hmm.
that you don't make voluntary a bad move just to be off the like prep. And
Hmm.
especially you don't make like okay, knight c6 is not like a blunder, but it's clearly that it's not like a move according to the main line, and you just make yourself unnecessary troubles on the b6 square and unnecessary troubles on the d5 square.
Hmm. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, in terms of strategical play, I believe Firouzja is a bit. I hope it wouldn't sound rude, but he's a bit raw. He's a bit crude player
Yes, but
to.
this is coming with age, of course. Like he has a gift, which is the most important, the tactical vision,
Hmm.
and anything else is experience. He's clearly like, I mean, he's 22, 2800,
Hmm.
but the only thing which he doesn't have and what he obviously needs in such a tournament is experience, especially the experience in the decision making process based on psychology.
Well, and a little bit of positional understanding.
Well, I mean, okay, well, what the positional understanding, he was already in trouble probably like when he played knight c6 after 95. He had the issues already. By knight c6, he's creating all these issues.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I agree. And it's not like I have to mention it's not a sort of coincidence, but in his game against Nepomniachtchi, he took on f1, which was a mistake. So he gave up all white squares. I mean, again and again. So he repeats the same mistake just in the very next game in neither.
Yeah.
So that's probably the point that he has to keep a bit of focus, more focus
Maybe he
on.
should play openings where he has problems on the black squares, like the French or the Carican, but not, like the knight of and the other lines where you have the white squares
Yeah.
issues.
He needs to switch. Yeah.
Switch openings and concentrate on the other weaknesses.
That's a very
Wise decision, I
that's a
know.
very wise decision. It reminds me an advice given by Arkady Naidich.
Mm.
That's if you want to become a better player, it's better to focus on your strengths than to solve out all of your weaknesses.
Actually, this is like the kind of approach I was discussing with one very experienced trainer. And he said, like, it's not clear that if you are like working with a young boy or a young girl, that you should try to fix their weaknesses. Maybe it's even better like strategy in order to be more successful to even increase their strengths.
Hmm.
So this is, of course, something very, let's say, subtle and
Yeah, that's very
important.
individual. I agree.
Mm.
All right, so we've been a bit lacking attention to Rapport against
Anybody
Ding Liren,
else?
and anybody else apart from the guys who already like who currently chill. So Rapport against Ding. No, pardon me, it's not the position. Rapport against Ding. Here we go. So this is the position. Yes, this is the position. OMG, but what is going on?
Well, a lot of things changed.
It feels like white is totally out of risk because of their king safety.
Yes, the king is safe, but it's two pieces. And the c5 pawn will be gone.
Yeah, but the pieces don't look that odd. I mean, like the rook on d1 is normal. Bishop on h4 potentially aims for
So,
bishop d8.
yes, practically I agree. I would also prefer probably white from the practical point of view. We have seen everything until f4, f6, right?
Hmm? Pawn takes d takes, knight g3,
Mm-hmm.
rook f8.
Yeah, makes sense. Because like f6, well, is hanging, but
Yeah, it looks similar to
Mhm.
what we've considered. Queen f1. Okay. Bishop d4. So I'm trying to understand what was wrong with knight takes d5.
He didn't want to give the square on e4 immediately with a knight.
Yeah, probably give some initiative for white. Bishop f7. Wow. This is
Mm-hmm.
somewhat unexpected.
Well, it's a tactical trick.
King d7. Rook d1. Yeah, I can't say I'm failing to understand the moves, but I'm failing to explain the
Knight
purpose.
c4 he wants.
Knight where?
Knight
c4.
c4, this was later on played. That's why I know that rook d1 prepared knight c4.
OMG. No, but well, that's how the modern players play.
Yeah.
Pawn takes and just pawn takes without any checks. Rook c6, bishop a4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Black's king looks very vulnerable. Bishop takes. Yeah, because the bishop on f6 was hanging. Knight takes and b5. Knight b4, c5.
Opening up, you need to
Yeah,
do
yeah,
that when
it has a clear sense. If queen c5, then rook c1. Probably that was the point.
yes.
Queen e6, bishop h4.
All looks quite logical to me.
Yeah,
Arrogant to say, but
yeah, same for me.
uh,
So, but the question is, what's wrong with a takes b5? Because probably black will try to get rid of any sort of material, and
yes.
black's objective is like ideally they want to swap the queens, but
Okay, but
obviously.
how do you like protect the knight on b4 after queen
Mhm,
takes b5?
mhm. No, bishop c5 is played instead of a takes b5.
Bishop c5.
Well, a free pawn.
It's a pawn and it's an important pawn. So he was convinced that he's not made somewhere.
Yeah, let's say if rook c1, a bit unpleasant pin.
So how many options you have to protect that pin? You have king
Mm,
d6,
king d6, yeah.
b6.
King b6, I'm afraid there is bishop d8. Quite an unpleasant check.
Yes, okay, then
Just right
let's
from
skip that.
behind.
King d6. But then there's queen f8,
And there is queen f8.
which is even more annoying.
But then how you defend the bishop?
And the queen can.
The queen can move, that's true. Queen b6 or queen d6. Let's say queen d6 because after queen b6, I think we
There's like
yeah we
something.
just leave the king side for free.
Queen c4.
Yeah, it's still not clear how black is holding.
Uh, Bishop d4, but then you lose a knight for nothing.
Hmm.
So that means like the only move is
Queen d6.
queen d6.
Yeah, that's a good method of excluding the options from the worst. Two less worse.
It was played queen d6
Hmm.
on the board. And if I don't have anything tactical here,
Yeah, let's take a look. I'm very curious.
queen f2 93 doesn't make so much sense.
But if queen c4 once again,
King b6.
bishop d8,
Yeah.
it looks scary a bit. Then queen
I
c4, you
think,
have knight d3. That's the point.
yes, he must have calculated that very carefully.
Hmm.
And he has all the time in the world to figure that out.
Hmm. Unless the clock is lying.
No, they're like on move 41.
Hmm. Yeah, seemingly the clock is correct. Queen c4, still a bit controversial because of knight d3. Like, objectively speaking, we shouldn't forget about the weakness on e5. So can we try some sort of move like bishop f6, or it's a bit slow?
Bishop f6, but what's your idea?
Yeah, but it looks a bit odd, I agree. I'm not even convinced what is my idea.
Actually, like, how about rook d1?
Yeah,
Where the
rook d1, then probably like bishop d4 is a pre-move against any sort of rook move, like especially rook d1.
and after queen c4 check.
Then king, ah no, the bishop is hanging, pardon me. If king b7, you have another check.
b6.
Probably I'm not that very much asked. I take on
Yes,
a6.
but I mean, like, how you want. Why white should be in troubles here? In a way.
No, I shouldn't be in trouble, but I find it a bit puzzling to just to find a good way to proceed for the victory. Because like bishop on h4 has only one, like very few objectives, d8 and f6.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's say if we didn't have a g3 pawn, I think white would be winning, because in the most of the lines we we needed the bishop on f2 in a very, like, in a vital manner.
Yes, but we don't have bishop f2 in a vital manner.
Yeah.
Unless we ask, like, to vanish the pawn on
Yeah,
g3.
just remove any piece you want, and I would rather bet on g3 pawn to be removed. Yeah, I agree. It's not that clear. Like, white has some threats on the spot, but after queen d6, a very precise move.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that obvious how white can gain something at least.
Yeah.
But if the queens go off the board, I think white's position would be just very, very bad because of the weakness on e4.
Mm-hmm.
Probably winning for black. So I believe now it's time for Rapport to readjust himself for the drawish trails. Yeah, queen d6. What else do we have? Like queen f7 probably has no sense.
No, it would just help like Black to get his king in a better position. You should play usually in such kind of positions, quiet moves like have better impacts. But maybe the position is just like for white to hope for something
Hmm.
like a draw.
Yeah, probably. Well,
Maybe it's actually a good moment to change
yeah.
to
Therefore, it's better to change the game to Duda against Caruana. Like, I'm very curious whether Caruana survived through move 40. Yeah, Duda against Caruana.
They finished the time trouble.
Mm-hmm.
So, and things changed. After bishop d6, it looked a little bit suspicious, but somehow it seems to me that Caruana went a bit off the troubles. My assumption. Yes,
And g6, rook
but
d3.
why didn't he want to take the pawn?
That's seems a bit strange to me, to be frank.
Maybe he didn't want to give up the pawn on f2, but
Well, probably he realized that rook d3 is even a more rigged decision
yes.
because he opts for the
But
checkmate.
he could at least take on a6 and then play rook d3, at least to have the option to take on a6.
Yeah, that's kind of logical. Well, but then if you take on a6 and play rook d3,
Yeah,
like,
the knight can go to
yeah, that's the only like
16.
reasonable answer. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but pardon me. So rook d3, maybe there is nothing wrong with it at all. Rook dg3 is played like less than a minute. Queen e8, a takes b5 then. Rook f6, queen f1. That's a bit mysterious. Is he trying to triple? I can't get the point of queen f1, to be honest.
Well, there's queen g2, but
Queen
this
g2
is
then. Queen f8, queen h3, queen g8.
no
Strange,
queen
strange,
g2.
such a strange tic-tac-toe games. Like, I don't know what was wrong with queen e8. Probably there has been some reason behind it. Maybe, yeah, knight e6 was winning after queen
Yeah, the
e8.
knight d6 could be a tactical blow, yeah.
And then after queen g8, knight h7 is played. Wow, that's great.
Mm-hmm.
Knight g5, he swapped a pair of rooks. Then black's king became even more vulnerable. Takes on e5, knight 5 f3. And how black protect their minor piece. Is it a game over?
Well, there must be some trick. There
At,
must be some trick,
at
which I
least
don't.
there might be a way how to proceed, how to continue the game.
You have a back rank issue, which means like if I play like queen d8, can you actually ever take on e5?
I believe yes.
And then you have rook g1.
hmm I think
No, I
after
go queen a8. Queen
queen
a8.
a8,
Yeah.
but isn't just the same.
I can take on e4.
Yeah, that's I know. Knight 2 f3.
Okay. Okay, let's think about something else.
hmm I believe knight d3 will be played. Well, not there. The queen is hanging.
No, it's like knight f3 was played, no? Not
Yeah,
yet.
knight d3. I thought I can play knight d3, but I forgot then that rook g8 comes with a check. So after knight to 5 f3,
You lose a piece?
yeah, it feels like black is losing material. Still, we can try out some. No, I don't know what we can try out.
Well, either you take on e4 or you take on b5 as trying to get some compensation. Because like even after knight e5, at least there's not like that they're mating you. The queen on h3 looks retarded.
hmm no, but then nothing changed.
Yeah, it looks Caruana's in trouble.
Caruana is losing.
Well, that's a huge word. I would say he's in trouble.
Obviously, because we'll figure it out.
But this was move
40 something. I think
Yes, but
43.
he didn't have a choice. He had to take back after f4. Like knight c5 then was not good. Because this got him like, you should play something else on knight c5, because knight c5, if anyway this is a threat to take and to play knight f3, you should move the queen away, no?
In general, yes. So at least he could have tried to transpose to the same position with queen e8
Like
first.
queen e8, queen a8, I don't know, maybe even queen e8, because like queen a8, queen f3 would be annoying. And then you have to go back to e8.
Mm-hmm.
So better to go to e8 immediately.
All right. Yeah, there is not much to do. Queen e8, in my opinion, is a better decision. I agree.
Okay, but knight c5 is a very natural move and you have no time on the clock. I understand that totally, but unfortunately, tactically, it doesn't work.
Mm-hmm. And after queen e8, let's suggest at least one option that gives white clear advantage.
Well, I'm not sure that there is clear advantage even. Who that said? Maybe knight h f3 looks logical, just to increase the pressure on e5.
And if rook takes f4,
Well, then I think like
knight e6 is a good move.
well, but it's not like the end of the world. I can take on f3 and on e6 maybe even.
No,
No,
but there
there's
is
queen
mate.
h5, yes, there's the mate. Okay, not so simple. But yeah, somewhere like with queen e8, here in the worst case, I go rook f6.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, I find the truth in your words that queen e8 was a much better, much solid
but
option.
yes, but I don't know how much time he had, to be honest. Not so clear how much
After
time.
knight c5, f takes e5, bishop e5, knight f3, black should resign.
I will resign. I would say would be a bit painful. I would play a bit on, a bit. But
Like
yeah,
you would take the e4 pawn and then
or the b5 pawn. Depends. b5 is also not bad because then, like, if you take on e5 and you want to play knight f3, you have to watch out for queen f1 check.
mm-hmm.
So that's why, like, I'm hesitating between queen e8 and queen a8, but that's like the only like reasonable move I can see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. All right, so we might have at least a couple of games being decisive. Nakamura already scored his first victory.
Yes, and the Rapport is still thinking of the queen.
Yeah, like first victory for today, I meant. And Rapport is still thinking.
Which is not unsurprising
Mm-hmm.
because the position is not easy.
Queen a8 is played, indeed.
Yeah, but this is maybe like, okay, I take on e5, you take on e4, and I will play simple and nicely like knight h f3. And then I claim that I have queen g3 as a threat. If you want to defend, you have to play like queen f4. But here queen g3 is ending the game, no?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, true.
So you have to play knight of queen f4, only move. But then after like knight g6, I'm a broke up.
Probably Tivikov, as what I've said from you, what I've heard from you, probably would play just queen g3.
Yes, but this actually here, it's like objectively not the move to do, because if your opponent has a weak king, why to exchange and like play a technical ending until
Mm-hmm.
tomorrow? So I would really like just go for knight g6 and would say like, show me the way to the next whiskey bar. I mean, Maybe like to lose the
Maybe
frustration.
especially after knight g6, there is no other way apart from whiskey bar.
Yeah, like like but okay, like it's Caruana asking, like, show me the way to the next whiskey. But oh, don't ask why. Yeah.
Not from the happiness, but for the sorrow.
No, okay, objectively, this game is over. I would also dare to say that.
Yeah, but just to mention, it's been so, I would rather say, ridiculous.
Irritating in a way.
Yeah, ridiculous how the game changed um in terms of pleasure. Like it's been pleasant for black to play in the very beginning, from the very
Yes, but
beginning.
maybe we didn't understand it deeply enough to
Yeah,
understand.
obviously we didn't understand deeply enough, but firstly black had a clear plan, but then white came up with a couple of precise decisions, and we had the tables turned.
Yes, it's a very instructive game. Like you can even like copy that because okay, until like knight f4 and queen takes f4 and g5, it looks so natural. But maybe the position is not
Hmm.
as great as it seemed.
Yeah, absolutely. Queen a8 is played. Like, yeah, obviously knight e5 should be played, but just just to know if you have anything else apart from knight e5. Not really, so we have to opt for the capture and then figure it out.
Well, there's not much to figure out because queen e4, unless he plays knight e4, that could be actually like maybe a little bit. But then there's queen e3 or queen d3 or like
Even this.
no, queen e3 maybe is a little bit too much after queen a1 check. I know they approach g1 even, and
Hmm.
you can't play knight f2. Yeah,
Yeah, clear point.
it looks a bit
Sad for black.
sad.
All right, and uh, we believe Duda will be winning today against Caruana, as I said.
And this would break his like bad tournament. He
Yeah,
would
the drought.
finally celebrate a win. But it's like strange, like when Caruana was like almost like level with Nepomniachtchi, like being +2 together with like he was +3. First he lost to Nakamura, and now he loses to Duda. Like he's always like stopped on his way to get closer.
Yeah, I imagine Caruana just going literally mad after this game
Mm.
because, to be honest, I can't say that Nepomniachtchi performed flawlessly after like when he had 5.5 and Caruana had 5, I believe.
Uh-huh. No, at some point, like the first thing where he was stopped was obviously against Nakamura.
Hmm.
Was it Nakamura? The
Who?
game he lost, yes, it was Nakamura, Karana.
Yeah, Nakamura bounced back.
Yes, and
Loves
then
the score.
now again, like against Duda. No, if he loses today, okay, then actually I would even say like the only one with chances now is Nakamura.
Hmm. Well, obviously we'll figure it out, but after Caruana losing against Duda, putting him in a position by 1.5 points behind the leader and just
Yes.
4 rounds remaining. So he has to score 4 out of 4. Okay, 3.5 out of 4 in order to reach Nepomniachtchi, because like the most considerable result of Nepomniachtchi in the last 4 rounds will be 2 points and 4 draws.
But this is like by statistics, it's enough for him. And that's like he will see like what's going on.
Hmm.
But I think like he will probably still play like Nakamura. Could that be? Yes, he should play Nakamura again.
And he has. Does he
White,
have white with Nakamura? Yeah, he
yes,
has white
because
with
he
Nakamura.
was black, like he was on a trouble, like in trouble with
Hmm.
black. So if Nakamura is his biggest opponent and he's white, so what do you think he will do?
Yeah, obviously.
He'll just force.
I'm pretty sure he will opt for
4
The
draws.
same position as he had today against Radjabov. I'm convinced it would be a very, very similar game.
You can even play e4 and then play like 4 knights. What he
Yeah,
did
for
against
knights with
Ding, I mean,
e4 or d4 first move, both moves are, yeah,
knight e4 was played, so he's still trying to make some.
to swindle. Yeah, knight f2 is hanging. And so it means that queen e3 is probably not a great move.
Why?
Do the knight f2.
I I can't take.
Yeah, you can't take, but then it doesn't mean that you're necessarily doing bad there.
Well, you have to play knight f1, and after knight h3, I can go king h2.
Hmm.
And then I claim I still made you first, even so I'm not sure how. I have knight f7, and then queen h6.
And it's not a mate, you know?
Ah, that would be. Wait,
Then you have like queen e5 to be precise.
yes, but there's queen f6.
Then queen h5. Still I'm,
Still you're mating.
yeah.
Lucky you.
Lucky me. Agreed.
Okay, but maybe there is not like something else in queen h3. But
In order to keep things safe, he will play knight to f3. He is not like in that sort of situation to play queen e3. It's not the only move, and
yes,
probably
but then actually if he plays knight f3, the queen on h3 is not going out quickly. So if queen e3 works, then queen e3 is a move.
probably fair point.
I mean,
Like
and you know what? We missed something. I'm just checking. Queen e3 is losing the game.
John, don't tell me, please.
No.
That will be my
Well,
little puzzle rush.
maybe it's not like it's not losing, but it's we are stupid. I mean, not stupid, but we saw the motive.
Like check. No, but then
Well,
check.
like
No, king knight f2, I believe.
yes, king
King
g1, and
g1.
now we
So
had only queen a3 start with that. Yes.
we start with knight h3.
So at least it's a draw. Maybe it's better than a draw, but it's surely not winning anymore.
Mhm. Oh.
So
Nice trick.
yes, okay, but I mean, like this is a calculation I'm sure Duda's working out.
Hmm. And knight to f3. Yeah, obviously, from the human's perspective, we want to release our queen as soon as possible from h3.
Mm-hmm.
Knight f3 is played. What black should do there? Collect the pawns?
Well, the knight on e4 should move.
Yeah, he can play queen a1 first, and he played queen a1.
King h2.
Yeah,
Oh
king
wait,
h.
no. I know I have to play king h2. Yes.
Well, not necessarily, but because you have knight g1, I believe.
Well, knight f2 check.
And I've been ready to just give up the exchange.
Yeah, true. True.
Like king h2 is a more human approach to proceed. But like after queen c3, I'm a bit lacking of moves because the knight from f3 doesn't go anywhere. Like, and the only reasonable option is to make a check on g6, but maybe it's enough. Yeah, indeed, it's enough. Just take.
Do I have to like take on g6?
I believe that yes, because if you play
I have
king
knight
h7, you
knight
have this
g5
one.
is
Yeah.
that's a trick.
Hmm.
And that's an ugly trick. Yeah. Yeah. No, I think that this is like a technical issue, which Duda will surely figure out.
Yeah, that's true. I believe so.
And Rapport didn't move yet.
Yeah, just checking it out. Any sort of checks.
Yes, I mean, like probably like if Rapport didn't move yet, he didn't find anything he was happy with. In a way, right?
Okay, let's take a quick look at Rapport game against Ding before another tea
Break.
break.
Tea break. It's like not the time for tea in this time.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's exactly the same position we've been looking at.
It's like it was Rook C1 and 93
Hmm.
happening on the board, so he played that. But now,
Probably Rook C3 is a very tempting move, I would say so, unless
you made it.
they're... I don't know if I made it.
No, you're not made it. I was thinking like because if I try to mate you, I made it first. I mean like knight f2 and queen d1 fails to queen c5 and I made first.
Hmm. Yeah, but that's a pity that black doesn't have queen e1.
Mm. So
But is it that Robert, like, sorry, Ding has to come up with some extraordinary move? Because after rook c3 is on the board. I believe bishop e6 is one of the ideas. Because if queen takes c6, we have queen d4, and
wait, if I can't I take on e6 now or like what I'm missing?
no. Yeah, pardon me. Yeah, I've just gone crazy. I'm just freaking out.
You know, like but you know, like I was thinking, like if you go back, that the black's chances could be maybe, and I say maybe, on the back rank.
Yeah. Well, I was just talking nonsense because of bishop e6. At least we can take on d3. I mean, you know,
This is the exchange, but this is also not clear because you take on d3, I exchange, and I take on b5. I don't think that black can ever lose this position. It might even that black is winning this position because the bishop on h4 is not a piece.
yeah, like intuitively it can be a good move, but somehow I believe, yeah, like especially in this position.
This is dangerous for white.
Mm, well, I
That
believe,
you play without the bishop, no? I mean,
I'm,
it's the same like maybe even I can have the same situation easier. Like after rook d3, I take on b5 first, and I force the same. I win a tempo. No. Like instead of bishop e6, I take on b5 first, and I win the tempo because
that makes sense.
I don't need bishop e6.
Yeah, definitely. No, but then black is not in any sort of danger at all.
Yeah, black is just having the position with an exchange up. If it's winning, it's a different story, but it's good
And then,
chances.
but then if queen b5, then you have queen d4. That's the difference.
Mm, yes, and that would turn out to be a very nasty knight. Wait, I have bishop d8. Check.
Wow.
Bishop d8. Let's go
Like
back to my
almost forcing
tactical.
me to...
Yes.
No, but it's a very cute win because after queen d8 you have a check.
Ah,
Oh my goodness. No, I'm talking nonsense. No, I'm not talking nonsense. Because I make rook d3 and after bishop d4 I just play queen e5. That's
well,
cute
this
indeed.
is.
Like bishop d8 would be just a very nasty low blow, I would expect so.
But actually, after bishop d8, I can play king d6. It's not yet over.
True,
Ah, no, then you can take on d3. So, yes. So that means that queen d4 is not the move.
indeed.
So, but let's see what else we have. We have bishop a6.
And now I cannot try out the same.
If I take on d3, I end up with a piece down.
Hmm.
I have queen a5 check, but it's not like the end of the world. But maybe I have to play that.
Hmm. Then you probably play this.
Yeah.
Or even d7.
No, this could turn out.
It could turn out badly for white.
Yes, but okay, anyway, I think bishop e6 is always an emergency case, which is like easier than a takes p5. But if a takes p5 works, then of course a takes b5 is a better move because you have clearly tempo up, and that might be crucial. I think here actually anyway, like Ding after rook c3, he will need to like make the comparison between
Hmm.
those options. And I think it's a good moment for us to take another brief.
Yeah, brilliant idea. I agree.
And yes, while Ding is thinking and while Caruana is looking for a way out, we will have some tea and we'll be back in like a short while.
Hmm.
Or we will be not back in a short while.
Yeah, probably we need to say some trigger words like stay tuned, or so for
Yes.
example, if I'll say like stay tuned, we will be back shortly, we would rather go for the break in such manner. So stay tuned, just give us a few moments to breathe out, and we will continue providing you some entertainment as we can.
So welcome back, and we have some moves played in Ding against Rapport against Ding, and I assume that Rapport knew what he was doing and thinking at the drawish ending. You disagree?
Well, initially I thought the same, but then somehow I changed my mind because I realized that the black's plan is quite clear and it's quite obvious. So let's say if in the current position after king b3, and I presume king b3 is played already,
Mm-hmm.
king d2 will be played
Mm-hmm.
because otherwise we just put our king to c2. Then even king a2, all the
Yes.
time if you'll play e5 it will be met with bishop e6. So you need to shuffle, like no matter how. Bishop
Mm-hmm.
c3. I play first h5, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
So you continue shuffling. I play bishop d5. You're out of moves.
Mm-hmm.
I take the pawn, and you play e6. Otherwise,
Yes.
it just has no sense. I play still bishop c8, e7, bishop e8. I can
And
even
H4
start
is
with the h4 is coming, and even if you play bishop f6, h4 is just killing.
And what is if I like sacrifice a piece and try to be active with my e pawn?
Yeah, pardon me. Maybe it's not a good idea to sacrifice because I realize that after g takes h4. No, 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 but you cannot because I'm just in time to. So you cannot sacrifice the piece. If you had a
Mm-hmm.
king on d2, it would be a draw because you play king e2 or king e3 or king
Yes, but
e1.
yeah, one move too little. But what is if like if I don't even try to hold b2 and try to be active instead? Like I will allow you. I will go like here, like king f4.
I don't know what to play. Maybe king c2 is more precise.
Okay, then I go well bishop g7. I know this is a tempo loss. No, I will go king e5.
Mhm. Um, all right.
Mm, king f6.
No, but the point that it's very like the constructor is quite obvious. Like you play this, you play e5, I play there, you play e6, I play
e6.
king d4, you play e7, or
What? Yes, yes.
I play there. I think you're in. I suspect you're not in time to.
Oh yeah. Okay then. Yes. Now I agree with you. I was just sure, like when he sacrificed the exchange, that he was sure that it was a draw. Otherwise, like he had other options. There was not immediately like the urge to do that.
Hmm. So it means it's just very instructional masterpiece endgame by Ding because
Mm.
you barely expect this sort of endgames to be winning for both of sides because there is different opposite colors bishop. There is only one postpone on b5. Well,
But
obviously,
yet G2 is falling, and that's the thing.
yeah, the king is quite passive. I don't know how much force he was to take on d4. But obviously, b4, bishop a6, or bishop b7 were very unpleasant threats.
Yes, it was like very hard for him to get out of with the king, and if
Hmm.
the king can't get out, then of course it's like something which you don't want to face.
Yeah, that's correct. So actually, it was just a very smart decision. And from the practical perspective of view, maybe queen b5 was
But
better
after
to play.
bishop a6,
And after bishop a6, play queen b1. I think from the practical perspective of view, it was a better decision.
yeah, maybe it's
Because it
harder
still
for.
remains a bit uncertain with your king on c7, like in protection.
Mhm.
I completely agree that I totally agree that black is better because of just material advantage, because a pair of minor pieces just is valued more than a rook, and your king is cut off. But white can pretend to have some sort of fortress.
Yes, I mean the king on h2 is safe, and it's not so easy, yes, to
Mm-hmm.
break it down.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, maybe this was like practically speaking a better decision. But now probably like either, I mean the thing is like that he sacrificed quite quickly. He
Mm-hmm.
played quite quickly, so maybe he was really convinced that this is a draw. I don't know.
Well, but this line seems to be pretty much forced.
Mm-hmm.
So if if you don't take on d4, then what? So you have to take, and
Mm-hmm.
then so you just calculate the races and you figure out that the position is lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be quite painful. I mean, Robert started with I think 6 draws in the very beginning. Then he lost one to Nepomniachtchi. Then he won against Duda, and now he suffers the second a second loss in a row after losing to Firouzja. Just two very different parts of the tournament. One is being very, very solid. Well, obviously he had the one losing game against. He was lost against Radjabov if he managed to play Bishop H2, but he somehow was capable for keeping the tension. But now it became so shaky.
Actually, I just checked the Rapport game, no, the Duda game, and I think Duda's lost. He blundered.
You mean Duda is lost
Yes, he's lost.
right now?
I think so, unless
Really?
I'm mistaken. He blundered.
Well, let's take a look because it sounds very well. I'm very curious.
He made a very strange choice, but maybe I don't know what he missed.
Rook A2.
He thought like that you can't. Knight f2 was played.
Yeah, knight F2. What is?
Well, like what happens after queen takes d3?
No, no, pardon me. Yeah, like Rook F2, Queen D3. I think White is still winning.
Yes, but the question is like instead of knight f2, if I take on d3.
Well, I suspect there might be some. Well, I after Rook Queen D3 there is no move instead of Rook A8.
Yes, king g7.
Yeah, King G7 is the only one. Then probably
No, no,
Queen.
it's not the only one. There's also like the thing is like after king g7, probably the idea was like queen g2,
Mm-hmm.
and after rook g6, I can take rook
Ah, yeah,
g6.
that's GG. Yeah, I agree. Taking knight F5. Fair point.
So that means that
King H7. No, King
there's knight
H7, knight
g5.
G5.
I wonder what I missed.
Um, I don't know. Like my only guess is after Queen G2 to play, but knight G5 is just nonsense.
Yes, and I don't know, like maybe I missed something. Yes, no, no, this is just like the evaluation bar was confusing.
Mm-hmm.
So then it was the elevation bar which went a little bit crazy.
Mm-hmm. Rook F2 has to be played. Otherwise, maybe knight F2 is winning still. Like Rook
Mm-hmm.
F3, we make a check. King H7, I assume.
But you have no queen g2. You have a check on e5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a bit unpleasant. Obviously, you have to take with the rook.
Yes, that's the easiest. Queen takes d3
And then some
and queen
solid moves like
g3.
Queen G3.
Yes, and then the idea is rook g2.
And I believe even if we give up this B5 pawn, I
Yeah, the king is too weak. But anyway, you can't take this b5 pawn now because I think after rook g2 you resign.
Mhm. Yeah, but let's imagine if even if we give it up, I believe still white is winning because of the difference between the safety of the kings.
Yeah. Yes, and actually, like A bad day
Yeah,
for
bad day
Caruana.
for Fabiano and
Rapport.
Rapport and Lireza.
But this means, objectively speaking, that for Nepo, the day went well.
Yeah, the game went just extremely well for him because he haven't done much. So
Yes.
he just made a quick draw with white pieces and he opted for a very safe line and just waiting for Caruana to lose his game. So I mean, to become a candidate to win the tournament, the candidates tournament, you also need to have a little bit of luck.
Okay, but I mean, like objectively, having 4+ on such a field should always win the tournament.
Yeah, that's true indeed.
Even +2 can be in the in like if like the scores among the players would have been a little bit more, let's say, um, well, silent,
Hmm.
then +2 would even win the tournament.
Yeah, I agree. Normally +2 is a tie
Mm-hmm.
or a second
+3
place.
should be a safe bet.
+3 should be sufficient enough. I think Nepomniachtchi won his previous tournament with +3, like
He
winning.
lost to Vacher in the first half, and then in the second half he scored a little bit more. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
Queen G3.
It was played, and okay, now like this, I hardly see a defense against Rook G2 because
Unless
I,
you go for the endgame.
like Queen D6,
Yeah, like Queen D6.
only chance, no.
Yeah, probably like the only move that.
But then I can play Rook D2.
Aha. And trade on your terms.
Well, you can take on F3.
Yeah, you
No,
can
you
take.
can't. You
No, you
can't.
can. You can.
I take on D6.
I take on G3.
Ah, you can.
Yeah, I'm very.
Ha.
Yeah, I'm sneaky.
Okay. Yes. No, I forgot that the rook is on the G file. Okay, then I should do something else, like
Well,
King
you can
G2.
basically force me to take. Maybe King H3 is even smarter because you leave
Yes.
G2 for the rook. Like it's clearly winning, obviously. Even if you take and play rook F5, like even if I wouldn't have knight G4, I could opt for knight G5 and then give a pair of checks and take on C7.
Yeah. I mean, the H4 pawn was making the point.
Yeah, so Duda is about to score his first victory of the tournament. It would be
Yeah.
a very remarkable day for him.
Yes. Finally.
Queen D6 is played.
Yes. I mean, lack of choices. So is the game winning after Queen takes D6, or you think it's too much to give to your opponent?
Yeah, well, just for curiosity, let's take on D6. Take, I think it's still winning. Maybe even easier. Because now we have a plan with rook C2, rook C6.
Yes. Okay. Rook F5.
Just going for it, yeah. Well, I can play knight D4. At least also I can play knight G5. I think it's just the same. He can take and even force it.
Yeah. Knight G5 is actually easy.
Well, like after queen B6, probably black should resist. In another way, like playing king G7, let's
No,
say.
that's why I would like to play. Also, yeah. Okay. This way. Knight G5.
No, but that's also the end of the game. Because of an ability to protect all the pawns. I make a check. If you play king E5, I believe there is knight G3. No, probably I start with knight king E3. That is the
Okay,
move.
but this is even like played in a way that I rather help my opponent, right?
Hmm.
Can do it more clever.
And like queen D6, he takes D6. Yeah, it's even easier. King G3 and then knight G5. You just need to get rid of the rooks. Like it's the B6 and H5 weaknesses are impossible to protect both with the king against the knight. Knight is a more mobile piece than the king, obviously.
Yes, this is indeed. I think we will not see any surprise.
So we will have 3 games Three
Decisive.
decisive games out of four, but that ratio somehow scares me a bit.
Yeah, but you know, like in the last few games already, like the number of results increased
Yeah, fair point.
significantly because I told you, like in the second half, the risk level is different and the tiredness level is
Hmm.
different, and this is the reason why he actually took on d6
Hmm.
and played king g3.
Yeah, I believe King G7, Knight G5 will be the line, and Caruana will resign.
Mm-hmm.
No, but I mean, like, by all means, three decisive games out of four is just, it's an extremely big
But we had
number.
this, no? We had like 3 wins before, I think, no?
We had it once or twice probably in 10 rounds. We had
Mm-hmm.
twice or thrice we had four draws, and twice or thrice we had three decisive games out of four.
Yeah, so it's possible.
Yeah, obviously, mathematically speaking, even four wins in the one single day is possible. Rook f5 is played instead. Well,
Rook f5,
maybe making the game last a little bit longer, but it
but
wouldn't
rook
take any.
f5, can I take on e6? Or what is like, rook f5 this way.
Yeah, you can make
But
literally any sort of move. So you can start
like
with
my
knight
knight
g5.
e4 or knight g5, okay. But
So,
why not knight e4? Why I have to give you the pawn voluntary?
yeah, you can start with knight d4. I agree. Maybe it's even better. I wanted to make a couple of checks, just
Mm-hmm.
just for a heck of it. Maybe it has no sense at all. Maybe knight d4, you're right, is a bit more precise decision because it
Mm-hmm.
also gives wins the tempo, unless you play rook e5. Rook e5, rook f6, it's all right. So rook d5, we take on e6, rook b5, and uh, it feels like, yeah, black should be mated. Rook d2. It brings me some curiosity.
About?
Yeah, why rook d2 instead of any knight move? Well, probably like any move is winning in this position. Objectively speaking, yeah, there's
Yeah. It's
just
too
an easy
easy.
winning. Especially it's easy when all of your pieces are protected.
Yeah. I mean, especially like the h4 pawn, like which gives a kind of outpost on g5,
Mm-hmm,
makes things even easier.
mm-hmm.
And the b5 pawn I don't need. I just have to destroy the pawn structure. So I mean, rook d2 is, yeah, it's quite a subtle move.
Mm-hmm.
It's a move where basically like, even a player like Caruana could consider to resign.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see any kind of scenario where can Fabiano really affect the most possible, like the possible result. So it's only a matter of number of moves.
Yeah,
And Rapport just resigned against Ding. So let's take a quick look how the game proceeded and
as you
probably,
said,
yeah,
it went the way you said actually.
let's take a look. And we believe Duda will convert his huge advantage against Caruana pretty soon.
Mm-hmm.
So while he's converting his advantage, let's take a look at this endgame masterpiece. Well, maybe like masterpiece is a bit loud word that for that game, but I mean, like from the very beginning, it looked so interesting. Just from the very beginning, with his bishop on a7, with his pawn on c5, with his decision to play rook b8, rook b7, rook c7.
Yes, this was of course a maneuver which is still for me beyond the planet. But yeah, maybe he was like quite smart in order to wait and to see what's going on for white or to push white for some certain decisions.
Well, I have to admit that that's a very big thing to win that sort of game against Rapport himself, because if you receive any sort of fantasy position against Rapport where he can um, show up with his rich imagination, it will never be easy. But
Yeah.
Ding Liren somehow overcame him in a spectacular way. So f4, f6, f takes e5, d takes e5. I'm interested in the evaluation of this position. Like, what does the computer say about it?
Well,
So,
I think actually, like, okay, the weak engine, if I checked it correctly, like after f4, but like white after f3.
so actually, f4 was a little
Mistake, yeah.
inaccuracy to say the least. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Rook f8, rook f6. Yeah, well, I'm failing to explain the
Queen
like
f1 move, or
the geese to the core of the position because the whole like position is crazy.
it's quite difficult to understand if you look at it like for a few seconds, I guess.
Yeah, for example, in this very moment at the rook c2, bishop b3, rook c7, for some reason Rapport decided not to repeat the moves and play knight c4. Probably.
Well, he saw bishop a4 check and he saw that he gets a pawn and he liked it.
Mhm.
But maybe he underestimated the thing about like his bad bishop,
And
which.
his bad king especially.
Mhm. But yes, I agree. He should have at least exchanged the pawn somehow.
Yeah, just get rid of the pawns and keep as many pieces as you can because like the vulnerability of the king
Yeah.
mostly shows off in the endgame because like it's imprisoned for life for all sort of time. Bishop d4, bishop f6.
Yes, but okay, if you play rook, then you shouldn't play rook d3 if you know that it's losing.
Mhm.
But maybe he was thinking that it's still a draw. I don't know.
Well, it's been a miscalculation, or probably he just even forgot that his king is not able to
To move at all.
move at all. Yeah. So he
So
put
yeah,
his king to c2, king e5, b3. That was exactly the line.
okay,
Then
king
king
d3 is
b3.
even easier. Is even easier winning
Mhm.
because I just take the pawn and then I'll go back and have the same plan as h5, h4.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the game finished even earlier. Yeah, great game by Jink. We have to admit that he played just a very well spectacular game to say the least.
Yeah, so it was a quite clean show.
All right, and Duda is about to pull the trigger, first time in the tournament.
Yes, it serves him well. He deserved it to change a little bit his fate. I mean, like it would be something like astonishing if he can't win a game, right?
Well, it's just hard to imagine the World Cup winner. Obviously, those guys are quite dense, but
Mm.
uh, like especially in the second leg of the tournament where you're young, you have some kind of the physical advantage in comparison to your rivals because he's younger, he's fit.
Yes, but Firouzja is also young and fit, but I think actually experience also matters in terms of certain decision-making processes during a
Yeah,
tournament.
partially, I agree. Okay, let's take a look at last moments of Duda game against Caruana.
Yeah, I'm not sure that these moments will last long. I mean, depends like how much Karana wants to be shown some basic techniques.
Hmm. Yeah, so this is the current position. Yeah, so the king easily hides behind the back of the strong knight on f5. So
Hmm.
if you give a check, probably he just calculated that rook g4, king f5,
No, King
rook,
e5. King e5. You
king
can never
e5.
take. Yeah, you can never take
Yeah,
because of knight f5.
the first thing that came to my mind was after rook king f5, rook h4, and then rook king f6.
But yes, maybe this is also winning, but why do I need that if I can play King e5 and you can
Yeah,
never take on
absolutely.
h4?
I agree. And Caruana didn't even check it, so he
And he didn't
resigned,
decide.
and uh, with a little sorrow, we have to say that it's all for today.
Yes, and okay, like it's also like my last commentary with you. I don't know who is coming tomorrow, or is tomorrow a free day, or it's after
No, I
tomorrow. I
think
don't
tomorrow Anna Maya Kazarian will join me once again
again.
after a short break. Yeah, so it's been a very big pleasure sharing our opinions concerning some psychological aspects of the game and specifically some chess lines, like how to. It's yeah, like I may recall all of the things we've been talking about, especially about the sugars, hydrocarbons. That
Yes,
was
you
one
should
of the
read
first.
about that.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah,
like it will help you.
yeah. Thank you for giving me a hint. So yeah, let's thank Elizabeth Paehtz for being with us for not a very few occasions, but mostly for more than one third of the tournament. And uh, I'll be glad joining you again. And just to remind you the results of the day, the only one who lost his game with white pieces, but we have to admit it was a very sharp game, and Ding was flawless.
Yes, and the other games were quite not clean wins, but Nakamura was convincing.
Yeah, and kudos to Duda for winning his first game of the tournament. So
Yes.
now we have zero players who failed to win at least once. So now the tournament is continuing just a normal one without any certain underdogs.
Yes, and it will be seen whether there is someone to have a chance now to fight Nepo's lead. I bet if like someone has a chance remaining, it's Nakamura because psychologically he's in the best state currently to still show something, and he's playing Nepo even so he's playing Nepo with a wrong color. I mean, objectively speaking.
Yeah. Well, but the tournament is not over yet, so it means that the intrigue is alive. And as the intrigue is alive, we are waiting for you tomorrow at 3 p.m. European time. Stay tuned on World Chess and see you.
Bye
Bye.
bye.